So yeah, but that is another one as well. Like, what if you left? Because Blue Moon's like kind of easy, but I don't know if it's risky or anything. At the moment, you can only play the servers for like 120 hours and all that shit. So it's like, what if you left open like 5 hours of playtime for the very end and you did Blue Moon there, bro? You know, would a team go check that area, or would everyone just be assumed it's already done, you know? Because imagine that a team locked it down at the very end by chance, and you didn't have any Blue Moon for the finale, bro, and you roll it with Mystics, man. But... you can spam Blue Moon. It's so easy. Literally do it at level 40. I'm gonna be honest, my brother. You've never done a Blue Moon at level 40, bro. Come on, dude. You've embarrassed yourself, man. You ain't killing Blue Moon at level 40 unless you're Rendy, bro, you know? That shit hits hard, and it freezes you if you have no defense, bro. Anyone that goes Blue Moon will be absolutely garbage, man, so... yeah, maybe with water forms, you know? Sigils, no, there's no way that you can do Blue Moon realistically with 40 combo. Like, you just can't. Like, you just can't, bro. Yeah. But now imagine you have to do that many, because some people are going to have to do 4 loots in the chest, you know? They might have to do, what, like 200 Blue Moons, assuming they don't bother getting Eclipse. Ah, it's good. Where to get a drink? Is mock draft on already? Yeah, I did show the mock draft. This is it, basically. So, Dino, Oda, West Ham, Reese, and Purple all on a team now. And the rest of us all dropped out, except for Framed and Sicknerd. Sicknerd stayed for the ad revenue from actually playing All-Stars, because he needs that money after the kit contract. And Framed is a... yeah, so yeah, no, this is the draft, man. Efficient pest control, man. Is this replace Arms? Yeah, so Arms is removed from the finale, and right now the easiest and most accessible mage gear that's realistic for the finale would be Blue Moon. There are obviously worlds where you can definitely get Ancestral. Virtus, I think, is a different story. I really think Virtus is... I think it's a little unrealistic. Virtus would only be done, I think, is if every member of the team did DT2 and farmed their own. And I just think the amount of time invested in that is just like... a lot. And what do you even kill for Virtus, bro? You know, I feel like you want to do Whisper or something. Whisper freaking shit, you know? Get our Infinity. Yeah, the backups are like, you can get Infinity, but it's not boosted, so that's kind of shit. And then you've got... Dagon High, of course. Bloodbark, if you are very... I mean, Bloodbark's trash, you know? As far as I'm aware, most people are running Blue Moon, and there'll be definitely some Virtus and definitely some Ancestral. Potentially full teams, you know? I am 100% confident that if a team wanted to get all their members full Ancestral, they could do it. As for full teams of Virtus, it's a lot more difficult to say if that will happen. Virtus is just so rare, man. When did the caps actually draft? The draft is tomorrow. The 31st of May is the draft, and me and Dino are making the burger team, bro. You know? The Dino Nuggets are gonna be the Dino Burgers, bro. LMAO was level 45, did Vardorvis and got yeah, you can't do level 45 of DT2, so we all know you decided to move your mouth. Always a mouth mover, children, and there's always gone. X6 drop breaks makes Virtus viable. No, I don't think you know. I mean, it's possible, but I don't think you know how rare Virtus truly is. Oh, I'm also changing my mind, chat. I'm gonna say I don't think Foe's on my team, you know. Dino's confirmed to first pick me now, so I can just say that for every draft and all that shit. But I really don't think Foe's gonna be on my team. I'm gonna take this and I'm gonna say I think Foe's gonna be on Oda's team. I think Oda's going to get a pretty solid team, and the idea of then having some foe planning behind that team, you know, I think if they don't have a planner on the foe team, they're in the bin, but... I do think it's going to happen. If it doesn't, I also don't think it's just going to come to us, you know. I think we're going to get, like... I don't really know, you know. I'm kind of hoping we get Mammal, but I don't think we get Mammal. You know, the last pick is up in the air right now, and I think it's probably... I don't know. It might be Curtis, man. You know, if Curtis comes to us, you know. I don't really mind. There's no one on that entire board that basically is a bad last pick, you know. Just none, you know. But yeah, I'm now sort of changing my mind that I really don't think Foe is going to be the last pick anymore. I think he's going to be going somewhere else. And if he is, no problem, mate. Foe's been on the server 20 hours already, bro, testing shit out. So, you know, strategist-wise, you know. I just want to know if we get Pip as well, bro. If we get Pip as well and we get Foe, oh my god, bro. We're going to have every single day locked into the game tick, bro. It's going to be ridiculous. Your opinion is Mammal is the last pick? Honestly, bro, I will say this every time. I think Mammal's underrated, bro. I don't really think he's, like, picked above people like Be the Victim or Rakesy still, but Mammal, I think, is an underrated pick. But does Mammal get past Perp? It really depends if Perp locks Alfie in to make him mute more. I think if Perp wants a team that's more fun for him, maybe, I think Mammal might be his choice, so we'll see. 61M's interesting. Yeah, 61M's a PvP creator. No PVM or whatnot. I don't think he has any dead man experience either. I will say, though, if he is... I think he's good for PKing and the finale and all that stuff, though, most definitely. So if 61M is available for us, we're probably taking him soon. He's one of the people we're expecting to go a bit early, though, because he is heavy PvP, which is good. And again, if anyone we predict to go first doesn't, before us, they're basically just a default pick for us to some extent. Because if anyone takes like a burger pick or something, they're not on our radar. So it makes no difference to the drafts that we've actually liked them. Anyone going on holiday to Disneyland this year? I don't know, bro. Yeah. EVScape wiped Gnome in the NHFC fights. Yeah, I'll be honest, a lot of people are bigging up the big gnome. I will say he has good movement in the fights. But I think anyone has good movement when they have momentum, you know, at the end of the day. Like, how often would you see, like, skill specs pop off when every hit he does is a 20+ and all that shit with momentum? So that's what's making No Monkey look ridiculously good, I think, is when he gets the momentum. His movement is just 10-13 kind of level. But it's like, I feel, again, that's, anyone can do, you know, I do that shit. I go in there and start wiggling all over the place, mate, when I'm hitting all the damage, bro. And I suddenly look the best in the world. And then I fight someone that is owning me, and I just turn into a big turtle, mate, and I'm just getting bopped. But yeah, No Monkey's a little on our radar. He's a gamble pick, though. We do have a big gamble thing. I think if genuinely, by the way, if Greg somehow does end up on Oda's team, which I don't think will happen, me and Dino, we legit might just make a gamble team. Because at that point, I think we're going to get crushed, and we might just legit lock in, like, Sink and No Monkey or something like that, and just see what the hell happens, you know? As far as aware, that team might just completely fall over. But if it don't, it might be cracked, so yeah. Well, we don't know. But that's like, if everything just goes bad, and one team gets absolutely just insane, we're in a bit. But yeah, we also are 99% sure that we could lock in Rakesy and Eliop if we decide to go that route, but we might end up getting something like Rakesy or... Because we don't need a caller, so Eliop falls off a bit. We might go Rakesy and, like, Pip probably or something like that. Because then I think we have a fairly decent team, got good strategy going on and all that shit. So there's just so many combinations. And I don't mind saying all this, by the way, because, again, if those people aren't on the board, there's two other people we can get, you know? Like, if Mutz is available, we're going to take Mutz, but we think he'll be gone, you know? If 61M's available, we're going to take him. If Doobie's, Mika's available, we're going to nab him, you know? So it's pretty fine for us to say that, because we don't have... we don't choose our last pick, basically, you know? Our last pick, we don't choose it. So it's irrelevant after our 12 and 13. Yeah. Rakesy's ending up last row in so many mock drafts. Yeah, that's the thing, though. We have to decide if Rakesy's a good pick in 12 and 13. And we think he is quite possibly going to be there. We're unsure if he does get picked beforehand, but yeah. He's one that's definitely on the radar. But yeah, it's been fun to make some mock drafts. We made some troll drafts as well if two teams troll at the beginning and then certain teams get insanely cracked. As of right now, the majority of combinations we've created, West Ham has a team that is never bad. So West Ham, I'm going to be honest, I think West Ham asked Dino to switch. Dino should have switched. Dino should have switched. West Ham, if you go on the draft, if you guys are ever bored, go make some West Ham teams, bro. There's never a bad one, bro. They're always just disgusting. So West Ham's chilling, bro. He's gonna have a good dead man, bro. I'll tell you that, man. Unless he trolls, you know, maybe trolls. Because you have West Ham. Yeah, well, I mean, again, like, West Ham, as far as I'm aware, is going to probably lock in Lake or Greg first. That's already cracked his shit. And then his next picks were there, like, he's probably going to end up getting Pip. Because he's going to be guaranteed a PVMer in the next row anyway, which might be, like, be the victim or something. It's just... I don't want to deal with Pip strategizing West Ham getting all the gear in the game by day 2, man. I can't be arsed with cape swaps 6 hours in, bro. Fierce breach, bro. West Ham's going to be running around for a full Virtus or some bullshit. So yeah, Torvester's returning to streaming, bro. Torvester's only going live streaming because he saw how much money Reese made in the last All-Stars when he was on Oda's team. But this time it's not going to work because every single competitor is going to be live at the same time. So he's going to have like 210 viewers, mate, and be sad because he has to actually stream and put effort in, bro, you know, so... Don't worry, his career's done. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I mean, if Pip's available... I don't know if we... Oh, man. Another spine? I might just train these in, actually. Yeah, if Pip's available and we end up genuinely... I think if we get Pip locked in, though, which is a pretty good chance I think will happen or may happen, I think no team is going to risk letting Foe come down to us. You know, we would have Dino in some pretty handsome gear, you know. And at the end of the day, you know, like, West Ham in the best gear is a bit scarier than Dino, but you can't be saying Dino ain't going to be killing people with sigils and fed to shit. So, you know, we're pretty close with him. I think Pip takes me. Yeah, I think if we have Pip, I don't think we get you, in all honesty. It's a bit sad, you know. I'd love to do some strategy with Foe, bro. We did millions of us. Why does 61 rated so low? 61M is one of the stronger PKers on the board, because you have to remember, a lot of people are basing how good people are on the PvP arena in NH staking concepts. It's not going to translate to the finale massively, and it's not going to translate to breaches or missions or actually playing Deadman on the defensive. It's a completely different game, you know? That's why I think Deadman experience is good. But, I wasn't going to say again, I've forgotten. I can't remember. That's done. Yeah. What's my favorite flavor of Holy? Probably bubblegum butterfly. I think if I had to lock one in, you know. Gargle the idea. I genuinely forgot what I was gonna say. What was I even yapping about? I might remember. I don't know. How does the timeline work? Is it 10 to 3 days of Deadman, then you fly to Chicago? Yeah, so Deadman starts 6th of June. There's 1 day off, and it ends on the 15th. So there's like 9 days or 8 days of, I think, 16 hours a day you can play for a maximum of 120 hours. And then, yeah, the final, like, we fly to Chicago on the 18th. I fly on the 16th because I'm doing some stuff with Behemoths. Like, as soon as Deadman ends, I won't be, like, practicing for 2 extra days. But I don't really think I'm worried about that practice right now. I think I'd rather get into Chicago earlier and risk jet lag being beaten. Yeah, 61M, I will simply just say this. If he's available for us, we're going to pick him. Like, I'll just say that. I don't mind. But again, the reason why we can say all this is we don't have access to our last pick. It's default to actually us, so... And then, obviously, if 61M's chosen, again, we made some rosters where people are going to be chosen in certain places, so... What have you got, 61M Pip? 61M and Pip is a very realistic thing, you know? What's our ideal team? If I had to be honest, our ideal team is unrealistic, and it's just if people somehow get slept on, and that's like skill specs coming over to us, bro, you know, or Mika somehow coming to us. Yeah, Smith in Chicago. Yeah, Smith in Chicago. Apparently that list for the top 50 restaurants is you can only qualify if you sell San Pellegrino products or some bullshit. So those lists, I don't truly trust them, because from a lot of research that we did before going to Chicago is we found out that Oriole is better than any of them, and that's where we're going to go. So I think we're okay. What I'm doing, I'm just trying to get the stats for a defender. This account's like my ult, where I can just test PVM by having high stats. As of right now, I think these drops are busted, unless I got lucky and got 3 spines in a row. Hello, Zoti. Would you be keen to see what the viewers are putting together for drafts? I'm one of Otis Mods and made a website for people to put their own draft picks together. I'm going to be honest, mate. If you didn't say one of Otis Mods, I may have been more interesting, mate, because that does not buy any power in this live stream. If anything, it's increased your chance for a very long ban, just saying, man. Other than that, I'd rather not click some random-ass website before Deadman All-Stars. But I would love to see some drafts, because some drafts I see are so giggly, bro. So giggly, bro. Yeah, I can't open Imager either. If you have like a Gyazo or some image BB bullshit or whatever, then it's fine, man. This just happened to Vic. Could you use your experience to see if it's a chance? Of course I can. What the hell? Dude welded together a full-size Sauron statue. Did you link me the right thing, bro? I think you linked the wrong thing, man. I'm gonna have to ban you now, bro. They should have every player submit a mock draft for fun. Every player. Yeah. I mean, the thing with drafts is, like, it's so hard to see what the hell's actually gonna happen. Yeah. Foes draft? Foes draft? What was Foes draft again? Oh, Jewel of Mokwattle Tally. Right, I'll have a look. The Rock, President. Okay, hold on. As far as I'm aware, that is a big rancid doom for the good old Vic right now. Big rancid. These stats are from 550 drafts. Okay, I'll click that. What the hell? I can't read this shit. Boaty Coxy sick dude. Mr. Mammal last on that many drafts? Really? Honestly, I would love to play with Mammal. I would be surprised, though. In that West Ham, Lake, Pip, Curtis, Elliott. I can definitely see the first 3 picks there. Curtis that high, not to put any disrespect on his name. I think there is some better. Wait, what the hell? Torvesta is third? What? Framed goes sink first into Sea Engineer into Torvesta. No, this is bullshit, bro. Enjoy my IP address, mate. There's no way this is real. This is so bad, mate. The overall votes. What? Based on people thinking these teams would occur? You're telling me a lot of people based Torvesta to go that late? Nah, not a chance, bro. I'll tell you now, if Torvesta's available for our picks, we would pick him straight away, you know? Like, you have to remember that. You have to look at these things and be like, would Boaty pick this individual? Torvesta would be locked in faster than you could blink if he was available for our 12th. I'll tell you that straight away. And then our team at that point would be Dino, me, Torvesta straight up. I think that's like winning in the finals. Yeah. It's sorted by percentage likelihood, not round things. I don't understand this graphic, man. I'm not gonna lie. Percentage likelihood. There's just no chance any of these teams occur, you know? Me and Dino's team could occur, because I'm pretty sure Coxie and Sicknerd would definitely be available. I think Sicknerd's almost definitely available for us, you know? Coxie as well. And then if Mammal is a pick, that team could happen. The West Ham team... I mean, I guess the West Ham team could happen. I'd be surprised if Elliott went that late though, but... It's not a team occurring. It's a weird graph. Yeah, I don't really understand this image, you know. I'd rather see a draft of a team that could happen because there's just no way. My question's if Odablock picks no monkey in 6 or 7 position, bro. We're begging. We're begging. Please. We just need the big O to throw the draft. Don't give him Greg. And throw the draft out. It's all we need. It's all we need. Yeah. Why are you killing yourself? I'm killing Ditter Bitter. Jesus Christ. Perp won't pick a passing Greg. Yeah, I built some, like, thing that I think would maybe happen. Again, I've done, like, 20 trillion, like, mock drafts and all that bullshit now. But again, I built out a troll draft, which would be... So Dino's picking me, and then we're just assuming that Lake gets picked by West Ham here. We say Frame does a troll pick. Let's just say he picks Sync. I think Reese picks Torvesta, and I think Perp does pick Gregor. I would say this is if Frame kind of picks a Gigolo. I don't think Greg goes to Odin. Like, I really would like to say that it's not going to happen. Because if it does happen, then me and Dino are going to just build a burger team and piss around, you know. So. Oh, Rhino! Look at him, bro. What's Reese up to, do you reckon, chap? He's got full rune, which means, you know, rune helmet, rune kite shield, bursting jellies or something. Boom, locked in, bro. How was bursting jellies? Yeah, making him scared, bro, you know. The thing is, if I get it wrong, he's laughing at me. But if I get it right, he's panicking, man. He'll never admit it. I need to go buy some new food. Framed and Sync are best friends. I don't think they're best friends, but that's what I mean. Like, if this occurs, I think there is like a 65% chance that Oda gets Greg, but I also think Perp would be smart enough not to let it pass. He wouldn't risk it because it just makes the week so much harder to play, regardless of if you have a fun team, you know. Because then I picture something like this maybe occurring. I think Oda might go something like this and this, maybe, I don't know. Which does give specs back to Perp, which I could see happening. And then I always just put this in here, but maybe they go PVM heavy and lock in that. And it comes back to Framed and Sync. And then Framed and Sync, if they just put C Engineer here, and then let's just say Doobies then goes to West Ham. Look at West Ham's team. Every time I make a draft, by the way, West Ham's team's always cracked to oblivion, bro. Like, every single time. And in this situation, it's like a Mux Ratesy would be pretty solid, but it's probably like a Mux Pip because we can't really give that to him there. That's kind of if Framed wiggles around with some of the picks. Only going to first, second pick, no monkey? I hope so, bro. We hope so. The one thing I don't want Oda having is a team that's just insanely hard to beat, steamroll in multi and shit, you know. If Oda locks a good team in, same with like West Ham for the whole week where they have no weakness on the board, that's bad. You know, but the only multi-PKing Oda does is Deadman All-Stars, so there's not much experience there. And then obviously No Monkey has none, so that's already good advantage for us. At that point, that would have to be, in my opinion, Oda No Monkey Mika pick straight away. Which looks good, but yeah. What was I about to do? I'm gonna get a defender, bro. O's not picking a PVMer in his first two picks. Who's a PVM? Oh, No Monkey. I don't think he does anyway. That's why we're kind of hoping, but I think the O is smarter than that, unfortunately. So you never know, though, bro. Maybe Oda or anyone just goes on what team is the best. Like, there's two ways you can look at it, you know. If we locked in this team, you know, if you ask yourself the question, who wins in the rows, you know, realistically, you know, like, we might be losing in every single row. But the team itself is, like, probably solid. But it's, like, based on, if your team is 5 players that basically would win every row in the finale, is that a good team or not? Not taking into account anything else. I think that's a great team. A very good team. But if your team's just absolutely trash PVM-wise, like 0 PVM, and your multi's weak, I think, again, then your team instantly is banned. So, yeah, it's many ways to look at the draft. I think, in all honesty, it's just trying to get that solid balance. And I think with this All-Stars, a solid balance would be built best by people that know how to play an All-Stars, aka maybe veterans. And also the fact that this is going to be, in my opinion, I don't know yet if it's going to be the hardest Deadman to play ever, simply based on... Wait, where do you buy Myth Legs, bro? Oh, it's... based on the fact that in the real Deadman, there are people that are swapped to oblivion, which won't occur in this Deadman. But it's going to be one of the hardest to play based on if you've never played Deadman and you've got West Ham on you on day 3, Cape Swap, Rampage Sigil, and Insane Gear. I don't see many people tanking that if they have no experience in them. I'm not too worried about it. The removal of safe zones in most places I think is fine for me. I've done 50 billion freeze escapes against people with much harder gear to deal with. But yeah, that's why it's like hard to say, you know. You want a good balanced team. Like, it's another team that I think we could get is, I don't know how good this team truly is. So I know I keep making random ass drafts, but it's just hypotheticals, you know. If we literally locked in this team, you know, that is a full team of veterans, and I think no one there falls over ever, you know. And I think that team is pretty solid, straight up. Oh, bad screen region. I'm a moron. Wait, what is a shitty screen region? Yeah, like, this is something that I think, in all honesty, is a pretty solid team. You can't go wrong with that team. And I think there's a 99% chance we could get that. The problem is, if we don't lock in Pip, we think Pip might end up going here, so we don't know. But it's things that I mean, you know. A team that doesn't fall over in singles is going to be great because you're not feeding another team. Where am I going? I need to go to the... Facebook? What about Facebook, bro? Only person in team didn't win All-Stars is Bowie. True. Yeah. You know, I've never won an All-Stars. You still think Rakesey's bottom tier? I wouldn't say so. Would it Doobies be first round? This draft isn't really realistic. It's just based on if normally there is a burger team in 2 times where people pick who they want. Now, I will say the Smorks weren't a full burger team because Perp, in my opinion, is definitely capable of being a first round pick. But this is if Frame just locks in a team he wants to play with. In my opinion, if Frame picks who he wants to play with, these would be his first 2 picks. But that means the draft gets very trolled and skewed in a weird way, which gives us some very interesting combinations. But yeah. Oh yeah, the Mutz is on the board as well, though. Like, it could be you know, like, again, this team, you know, if we had Be the Victim over Rakesey instead, hypothetically, you know, I just don't think this team falls over in multi. You know, I think it's good team. Again, it's hard to say if that ever happens because, again, it's with the troll draft, you know. It's the teams with the non-troll draft that's hard. Oh, I have no monk robes, bro, to just camp. Bro, I don't give a shit on infinite potions. Oda picks Mutz. I mean, does he? Who's Oda's first pick? Let's just say Oda picks Mika first, which is a good pick. Let's say he doesn't pick Mika. Let's say he goes 61M because he has the peta training. Does he really pick Mutz in this situation? He could, yes. Do I think he would? I don't think he would, in all honesty. But then what would change on this draft here? I think at this point, Hurt would lock Skidler in maybe over the specs. Reese and Torvesta would argue over the specs here, I think, 100%. Reese doesn't rate Mika. So I think they would really be looking into a skill specs angle here. Or it would be Doobies. And I think because Reese said he could unlock the specs that pisses him off, I do think skill specs would never go beyond there, in all honesty. Pip good for Reese? I'd be surprised. Then it comes to Frame, though. Again, this is pretty troll, so... I think the team would be the same, though. But this, bro, please, I would love to play with Mika. And there's a world it could happen, but it's only based on this draft. Like, this is the only draft that gives us Mika. But again, if Mika's available, 100% locked in, bro. I'd love to play with him. Great. Tom Brady was drafted, mate. Tom Brady's garbage room. Oda's been trying to mind game Perp into picking specs so we can get newbies, is what I've heard. No, again, this draft is irrelevant. It's a troll draft, which is based on if Frame does not pick someone immediately that's good. Perp is borderline forced to choose Greg here, I think. And in all honesty, if Perp got Greg and then this locked in, hypothetically, look at Perp's team. That's solid. You know, that is solid. The Reese team is terrifying in multi. The Frame team is the Burger team, so it falls over. That West Ham team is terrifying. But that Dino team, I'm happy with that, you know. I think every team's good, but again, there's a Burger team in there. Would Oda not get Doobies with one of his 2 picks? It's, again, hypothetical, you know. If Doobies is gone, it might switch with 61M, you know. %, confirmed Dino picks you. Dino has said he's picking me. He's obviously has the power to choose anyone he wants. As far as I'm aware, though, if Dino locked Greg or Lake in first, let's say, I think West Ham said he would just pick me. So, and if I'm 100% honest, that favors me massively because there is no bad team I could create for Lake. Like, look, you could literally put anyone here. Boom, insane, cracked. Friggin' ridiculous, you know? I can't be arsed dealing with that shit. So in all honesty, if Dino does not pick me first and West Ham does pick me, I will be happier. No Dragon Defender chill vibes this year? It's fine, bro. The Warriors Guild used to not be safe. It's very easy to escape the Warriors Guild as well. You have to remember, though, as long as you know how to freeze escape, you're not dying anywhere, except multi. So all the removal of safe zones does change the game a bit, but it's like... Again, the Neve Slayer Cave, it's the exact same as escaping the Slayer Tower, you know. Yeah. Dino crying in the corner. No, I say that because, one, I do think West Ham is the better player than Dino. Dino is still great captain. It'd be good vibes with both. But I think West Ham's pick order is better. I think second place is better than first place. This is why I'm actually disgustingly thankful that Port Khazard is still not playing, bro. Because, again, if I lock him... EVscape to being Port Khazard there. Imagine West Ham, Port Khazard, Doobies, and... Okay, let's just say... And then just like... Let's just say they get Pip. You know? Yeah, I'm not dealing with that, bro. Horrible. I freaking throw up my mouth. Dino would never pick you. Look, bro, at the end of the day, the dinosaur is good. Oh, Dino takes Port. That's only, yeah, Port would be the clear choice, but then I would go to West Ham's team, and again, that team would be an insane lineup. Oda Block never gets a bad team, though. Again, everyone's there, because the thing is, you have to remember that Oda Block Chat is the Lord and Savior of RuneScape right now. He has the social media platform everywhere and has an audience that doesn't know anyone else in the game except Oda. So they just see him in 6th spot and be like, that's so unfair and shit. 6th spot is very good. 2, 4, and 6 are by far the best spots. You can never build a bad team in any of those spots. Here we go, bash Oda and his viewers this time. No, I bash the Oda viewers that have no brain. If you're an Oda viewer with a brain, aka you're not sub to him, you're gifted sub to him, then you're fine. Darn. But there is no time, in my opinion, that the 6th pick is bad on this board. Same with the 4th pick, same with the 2nd pick. Yeah. I was always saying if I was a captain, I would love the 6th pick. Yeah, there's just too many combinations I could make that's just fun as hell to play, bro. Yeah. Do I regret not being a captain? No, not really. I want to just play in the draft, you know. Will I ever be a captain again? I think I'd like to be, but the thing with being a captain again is the main reason I want to be a captain is to play with either A, Lake, or B, Mika. Very hard to get both of them on the same team. In the previous one, if I was captain in 6th pick, I don't think I would have ever be picking Lake, though, at that point, with his bad experience at the time, which would make me be sad. But I think the roster is going to have a lot more better PvPers in the future. So depending on my pick order, I may be forced to not be able to pick either of them because you just have to go better pick or you get a burger team. And I've already done a burger teamer. By the way, guys, what you're witnessing right now is me getting a Dragon Defender on a temporary game mode of a temporary game mode. Your shit. 6th pick depends so much on how the draft goes. I mean, again, though, it doesn't matter how the draft goes. You're guaranteed 2 good picks, you know? Like, look. People say that it's just bad, but it's just not. You know, so let's just assume that we put in what we're all kind of predicting is something like this occurs. Oh no, let's just say that. And then let's just say Skidler goes here, you know, and you're now 6th pick. Who do you pick? Let's say you go Doobies and you go Mika. Your team is good. And then if it goes back round the board again, let's say No Monkey gets nabbed here and then Sick Nerd goes here. Look at that team and tell me it's garbage, bro, you know. It could fall over in multi. There is actually a chance it could, but other than that, it's just pretty solid. I think 6th pick is great. I like 6th pick. Sick Nerd? Nah, the general, man. He's underrated, bro. He's going to shake in the final. Anyone that chooses Sick Nerd chat, which could be us, by the way, he might be a nugget. He will shake in the final. But as for playing the week, he is solid. Why would Oda pick Doobie? He'd go for Alfie. So you, my friend, are telling me that this is what would happen? Because I'll be honest, if that happens, bro, I will be laughing vocally on my live stream. And I'll be very happy. Because now Oda has lost on Champion Select, mate. So, yeah. Alfie's going last pick, mate. Damn it. Didn't Oda pick Mutz plus Mika last time? He had Reese and Mika, then Mutz came around the board, yeah. So last time he was 4th pick behind me and went Reese first, Mika 2nd, because Torvesta trolled the draft, though. That's basically why, you know. Eliop and Lake should never have been picked. So it's hard to say, but this might be the first All-Stars where we actually have no draft troll picks. But yeah, you have to look at last season. The Lake and Eliop last season were not high picks, and Torvesta picked them 6 and 7. You know, which gave pure spam to the Snakes and Mika to the whatever, which means that what Torvesta should have done was pure spam and Mika, or pure spam and Doobies would have been cracked. And then that would have probably put Mika onto whatever, and then Oda would have got Mutz, I think, there instead. But why is Lake 2nd pick now? He has the Deadman experience. Lake is not going to be falling over and dying anymore. And then he's the best PVMer in the roster, in my opinion. And he'll just be able to hold his own and shit, you know. Frame might have a troll pick. I mean, I'll just say it. If Frame does not pick Torvesta or Greg, it is kind of a troll pick, you know. You could argue a world where Doobies could be maybe there, but I do think it's a little bit of a troll pick if he doesn't lock in Torvesta or Greg, so. How much better is Lake than Gnome at PVM? I wouldn't say it's levels, but if I had to say who I think the best in the roster is, I would say Lake is better than Gnome, but it's close. Gnome is 2nd, borderline tied, and then there's a gap between 3rd. 3rd would then move into maybe Sync, and I think those two are still a bit better than Sync, so. You don't think West Ham picks Greg? He could, but it just flips the roster. It doesn't really matter. Again, if this was the board, I think this just occurs, so it doesn't really change the first 4 picks. It's just if Frame doesn't pick Torvesta or Greg or Lake. That's what we got to see. So on the day of the roster, if Frame does not pick one of them 2 available, the board gets trolled slightly. It does not, though, weaken Oda Block's team ever. Oda's team is never weak. Oda only has the chance to get a stronger team with a troll board. Dino's chat was convinced you are better than Gnome. What, a PVM? No. Gnome is better than me at PVM. If you think I'm better than Gnome at PVM, then it would be a biased kind of thing, I think, you know. I'm not bad at PVM, but Gnome is just better. It's very easy to say now. As for Deadman player, though, I don't think you would ever pick Gnome over me because I have so many Deadmans of experience and all that shit where, again, realistically, I could PVM in max gear, and I don't think I'm going to fall over to the first PK that gets on me. Whereas if you give someone like No Monkey max gear, and then West Ham latches onto you, bro, it's all going to West Ham's bank, bro. Oh, man, I'm excited, bro. I'm excited for West Ham as captain, man. I don't think I'm on his team, bro, but I'm just excited for him to slurp up some people, bro. You know, as long as it's not me. As long as it's not me, you know. Have I died in singles in an All-Stars? I don't think I have, actually. Let me think. I think I've only got multi-deaths for all of them. Let me think. Anyone know? Yeah, I don't think I've ever died in singles in an All-Stars, which is good. Thoughts on Itzwell's gameplay yesterday, carrying Dino? Honestly, it was really good. It was lucky that he venged on the Bolt proc, because it was his only venge the whole fight. But I will say it, the click that Will did on Foe's movement and coming in is genuinely a hard click to do. And if he misclicks that, Foe would have killed him, I think. So if you actually watch that clip back from Will's point of view, that click and the movement from Foe is a clean one. That kill is actually quite nice, you know. I'm not even trying to big it up. It's quite a nice kill. Because I think Foe's attack is one tick behind. The Void Waker guarantees the kill. If he misclicks it, Foe wins. You know, if you had to click that, that's easy. But it's the fact that Foe comes teleporting across. Do you consider there no chance Dino doesn't pick you? I would be very, very, very surprised if Dino did not pick me if he said he's picking me. But again, like I said, if he doesn't, it's not a L Boaty thing, it's a W, bro, because I'm going to get picked by West Ham at that point, because West Ham's also said that. Although West Ham, if he lied as well, and I go to Frame's team, then things are different, then, you know, then I'd be sad, but yeah, West Ham's team is just always pretty cranked, so. What do you think about Odablock having a Trinket of Vengeance in the finale? So I don't give a shit about that personally, because there shouldn't really be a world where I fight Oda in the finale, so I don't have to deal with it. Other than that, I would also bet some money that Oda's going to get a very clean kill in the finale, and we should all get ready for it. And I'm also excited to see. I don't care if it's on Dino ever, bro. Oda's going to do some, like, double tick delay, perfectly red VLS Venge. Oh. Framed in the corner crying because you said you'd be sad if you get past to him. Look, right now, as far as I'm aware, I'm on Dino's team. He's going to pick me. If he doesn't, then I'm on West Ham's team because he said he's going to pick me. But then West Ham and Dino are way better than Framed. So then if neither of them pick me and I go to Framed, bro, think of the downgrade, you know. Like, I'd have a great time playing with Framed, but, you know, West Ham versus Framed is just better, you know. The two things I want in my team is a shot caller. And also someone I can just give all the gear to and make him kill people, bro. West Ham is one of the best of them. You know, but I'm not saying, like, if West Ham and Dino didn't pick me that Framed, I don't want him to pick me. I don't give a shit. I'm in the roster. I play fair. You want me on the team? Pick me, bro. I'll do some shit for you. I will go Zami God Wars again. I genuinely don't care. I'll do it. I'll do it. I will go Zami God Wars again, bro. Yeah. Be fun to watch you get clanged by Greg in the finale. Yeah, so, like, again, if I am first row, like, let's say Oda locks in Nalfi, hell yeah. My fights are there. I have to fight Greg or Torvesta or Lake or Skidler or I don't think Alfie's going to be there or 61. And realistically, that row, none of them are going to be an easy fight, you know. None of them are going to fall over. Yeah, none of them are going to fall over. No way this Zami God Wars is an option again? You have to remember I went insanely dry at Zami God Wars, you know. I should have had, like, we should have had as a team 5 Staff of the Dead's, like, 10 hours saved on time. I did 20 hours at Zami God Wars last All-Stars. 20 hours of my 120, and I didn't get anything for it, you know. Just 20 hours disappeared. You know, Port Khazard lost 20 hours at Tormented Demons, you know. It's insane how much time the Brawlers lost because of RNG. You know, the gear that we planned in our, like, theory crafting and shit, yo, I wish, bro, we rolled up with it, man. It would have been so good. And then the thing is, like, we actually still turned up in the best gear. With all the time lost. You love the Boppers tech? Yeah, I'm wondering how many people are going to go just take strats from previous All-Stars, you know? This All-Stars is a little bit different. There is no library to train magic. Desert Treasure pre-breach 1 is very viable. Lots to solve it all. But is any team just going to go rewatch, like, the broadcast and go nab the Bopper strat and do it? Oh, yeah, the melee sigil's not there for the Boppers, is it? That's true, actually. Yeah, the Boppers won't work. Lake knows all about the buffers, bro. Poor Lake, man. If you've ever seen the POV, genuinely, Lake steps into multi. One game tick later, our team balled into his line of sight. You know, it's literally like even more powerful than a stream snipe, bro. If we knew on his POV he stepped into multi, we would have been slower. It's that unlucky for him to step into multi at the same time we bowl in, bro. Thoughts on having a full draft randomized? Captains are decided the day of draft. I don't know. No, you can't have a captain's randomized, bro, because if you genuinely had, like, Oda block first pick and he can pick a captain and he locks in West Ham, it's just GG straight away. And then if the next captain was, you know, skill specs, you know, like, you have to remember, like, some team... Wait, well, I'm still killing you. Perp lies, Doobie, like that, then over Greg. Greg's better than Doobies. And you have to also remember that you have to play the All-Stars. You really don't want to give another team too good of a team, even if you're creating a vibe team, because your vibe team might just get steamrolled, and then your vibes are dead. You can't be vibing if you're literally in ranks the whole All-Stars, just getting steamrolled by every single team. You know, you can try your best to. But yeah, other than that, you want to make sure you can't make a team too strong, you know. I'm telling you, chat, if somehow we end up having Greg on Oda's team with, like, Mika or something, me and Dino are just going to gamble the team and literally just lock in, like, no monkey in sync and just hope they're both good, you know, bro. Who's the highest chance of having a burger team? Framed. I would say right now, if Framed does not lock Torvesta or Greg or Lakin on his picks, it's the burger team. You know, it definitely comes off as Frame. Definitely going to have a bit of fun because it's his first All-Stars. But I do hope that nobody truly, like, rags this draft in a way. You know, there's also a good chance that me and Dino have a bigger team. Because, no, I mean, it's hard to say. I think me and Dino's team on paper with some combinations just feels really bad, but it wouldn't actually be that bad. But there is a chance that Sick Nerd will end up on our team. But again, like, if our team was this, are we a burger team? If we do end up locking in the general, because we do think he might be worth it, if we had something like that, is me, Dino, 61M, and Sick Nerd a burger team? I don't think it really is, you know. I feel like it's burger team just because Sick Nerd's there. But I do think Sick Nerd, depending on if he actually shakes on the stage, would do okay against whatever this row's going to end up being, you know. So yeah, I think there's a chance we do pick Sick Nerd, and I don't think it's a burger pick. You know, and I would also very much like to pick Sick Nerd as well. And I think there's a 99% chance that he will be in the roster at the time it comes around to us. I don't think he goes earlier. He is underrated. But Sick Nerd's on 2x burger teams now. And if we picked him and don't have a burger team, you know, he could actually be really, really good. Imagine Sick Nerd on a non-burger team. He could be cracked. Mr. Roydy, Farmers 22, 23, 24 in every mock. Hey, man, if Roydy was in the mock, bro, he'd be 25, which is actually where he is in the mock, bro. Ooh, bro. Yeah, Roydy's 25. Roydy's 25th pick, man. I'll be honest, if the Farmers are the last 3 picks, again, I can now just say that Dino's going to be picking me. I would be very happy with any of them. I think me and Foe would cook up some great strats and all that stuff, and our theory crafting would be fantastic. And our rough strat, I think, would be how can we get Dino as fed as possible and all that shit. But yeah, let's just say this is the team, bro, you know? Or then if you're such Curtis or Mammal there, you know, not bad. But I've been thinking recently, I actually was very, very certain that Foe would be on our team, and now I just don't think he will be. I really don't think he will be. Wait, I keep killing another one. I'm done. Die already. I'm curious, though, like, if you look at the roster, who do you really think is the weakest on this whole roster for Deadman mode? Oh, I got a supply drop, bro. 20 sharks. I know there's no one weak, but who would you truly think is the weakest then? A lot of mammals coming in, really? See, this is one thing I'm kind of hoping for, right? If Mammal's on our team, I personally do not think Mammal is weak in the slightest. I think he's great. I think people might think he's weak because he died on the farmers so many times, you know? But that's what I mean. I just don't think there is that weak of a pick. Right, let's get a Dragon Defender chat on a temporary game mode. PvP-wise, Foe. Yeah, Foe's PvP-wise the weakest. I think everyone has agreed with that. But I'm talking, who do you think is the weakest? If you had to give points based on everything, you know, who do you think would have, like, the lowest score? Like, if you give someone like Lake a 9.6, then I've got, like, a 9.1, Greg's, like, an 8.8 or something. What's your lowest score on that board? Is there someone? Does C Engineer only pull, like, a 6.2 for you or something? There's some people I'm curious to how they play, you know, like C Engineer, he was on the Burger team, you know? Sick Nerd has been on the Burger team twice. Skill Specs has been on the Burger team twice. Has anyone else there been on a Burger team? No, I think no one else has, actually. Specs is the Burger team. I will tell you this straight up. To be fair, that does create a bit of a Burger team, doesn't it, you know? You know, are we the Burger team now? Specs, Sick Nerd, me, Dino, Foe. Is that the Burger team? Mate, is that... it feels like a Burger team, bro. It's sad, mate, you know. We will pick the Specs 100%. I don't care. The Specs is just like... he's not going to shake on the stage, mate. Like, the Specs is going to absolutely annihilate a competition on the stage, bro. It's going to be legend now. Wasting the first pick on me is already Burger. Yeah, I mean, I do think if you were deciding the first pick, you would be considering me, you know. I think you could argue Lake, you know, and Greg could obviously take the arguments. Swap Foe for Skidler. Skidler is never going on pick, bro. If he does, laughing. Torvest just gonna shake on stage, bro. Torvest just gonna be trembling like a leaf, man. Oh, let me just remove this guy. I like when Foe says it'll be the last pick. I do think if I was so confident Foe would be last pick previously, but I don't think we get him now. But I think if we do get him, it's fine. I'm chilling. Foe on the team. You know, all we need is Pip on the team now. Right, what the hell are these drop rates, bro? Is this like Deadman Factions or some shit? I just 1k. There's no way I just did 1,000 Warrior Guild tokens for a 1 in 1,000 defender. I swear to God, man. I mean, a 1 in like 1 defender. If I end up with this with like 950 left, I'm gonna be so pissed off, bro. Would there be a world where Oda lands Greg? Yes, there is a world where Oda lands Greg. Let me go back. Once again, we take the picks that I think is going to occur. It's mainly based on if Frame just picks a Giggler. So let's just say if Frame picks Sync, I think Reese chooses Torvesta over Greg personally. It's just if Perp does not choose Greg. Let's just say if Perp locks in Skill Specs, then this is what occurs and Oda gets Greg here. There is a world where it can occur. Will it? I personally don't think Perp lets Oda get Greg. It's basically Greg being available for Perp's pick and Perp deciding if Oda gets Greg. That's simply it. But yeah, I think if Perp chooses... The thing is, though, if Perp does choose Greg, his team's actually super strong. In a world where Framed trolls the draft, Perp gets a crack team. You know, like, this is another draft that I think is quite realistic. Again, if Frame trolls the draft, Perp has to lock in Greg here. And then let's just say Oda goes Mika and Skidler, hypothetically... You know, Perp, or let's just say Skidler goes there because he goes Mika and 61M or something like that, you know. Look at that, the Perp team. I think that Perp team is very good. Very good. So, yeah, Perp's only played 2 All-Stars as well, actually. And I don't think he was on the Burger team twice, but he was on the Titans in the first one, bro. So that's a Burger team, so. You think there's a world where Framed goes Sync first and it's not a troll? It's mainly... the thing is, we don't know how good Sync is. And Sync is... The only thing I do know about Sync is he is good at every game he plays. He is one of the stronger PVMers. But if he's, like... If you pick him and then you take him to the NH stake arena and fight him just to see if he's any good, and he's just trash, you're in the middle. Yeah, that's why, like, me and Dino are there. Like, if the draft does somehow get trolled in a way, like, let's say this is the draft, let's say, let's just lock in Reeksy here. If this is the draft, oh no, sorry, what was the draft I was gonna make? I don't know. We legit might just go something like this and just create this team that is the biggest gamble of all time, but it's just because the draft is all over the place at this point, so like that team, like I feel that team's good, but but then we do have some safe picks as well, Does the draft automatically change if Dino picks someone else and West Ham picks you? No, I'm just on West Ham's team now, and we get pick early, whatever. Like, again, if you create this, let's just say I'm where Lake is. I don't know, obviously, if they do the whatever team, but then, something like that. Which captain's ready for a members flight to get cancelled and to sub in with 0 PvP brats and 4? Come on, Roydy, man. Let's make that 5 bears, man, me and Reese are going for 5 bears. 5 and 5 we're going for. But yeah, I think, chat, there is a chance that Sick Nerd the General will end up on our team. Do you think Oda will underperform on stage because he's very particular about having his home setup? I think basically everybody will underperform on stage. Everyone. Doesn't matter if we say they're not going to shake, they're not going to PK at their best. Nobody will. There'll be some people that will PK close to their best, though, and I think that's going to be, like, skill specs I don't see falling off much. But no, Oda on stage, 100% on home setup. 70% on the stage, maybe 80%, he's gonna be nowhere near his best. But it depends, if someone's PKing at 100% their best and they even drop off 20% and play 80% their best, how much of a drop off is that for someone like Oda, because Oda PKing at his 100% capability is very hard to deal with, but if he drops to 80, there might just be instantly much more window to do well. Will I be at 100%? No, no one's gonna be at 100%. Yeah. I fly out on the 16th. I fly out on the 16th, so the tournament ends on the 15th, and I fly out on the 16th because I'm doing some stuff with, like, the Behemoth and all. Rune the Fandalati, no way. Someone randomly is going to play better than normal Mammal or something. Oh, yeah, that's why if everyone's saying Mammal's legit the last pick, I'd be very happy with Mammal. I'd love to play with Mammal as well. Oda has a delusional confidence to him, though. I feel like he'll be one of the people on stage that truly believes he's going to perform. I mean, if you genuinely go on the stage, though, and you perform 100% of your ability, I mean, if you're not like a captain or anything, your stock would be so high for the next All-Stars compared to the people that shake. Because if you shake once, you're going to shake twice. Anyone that doesn't shake the first time is not going to shake the second. What Odysseys are these? I actually have no idea, mate. Odyssey sent me these because my other headphones. But, bro, I'm not going to lie. Odyssey might be the greatest company in the world. I'm not even sponsored. My LCD 5s, the left driver broke in them. And then I have an Odyssey contact through my management team. And they messaged Odyssey. They sent me these. Now, I don't know what day my headphones broke, but I'm wearing these already, These arrived 2 days ago, to put in perspective. But there's something else going on behind the scenes, which I'm very excited to announce. Might even be on Monday, actually. But yeah, I'll be honest, I don't actually know which ones these are, bro. Hold on, I have the box somewhere. Box, why are you there? I have to burn a calorie. I have to burn a calorie. Not sponsored yet. Bro, if I get an Odyssey sponsor, man, I will be slurping. Top live on stage shake predictions. Skidler, Pip, V the Victim, Lake. I don't think Lake will shake because Lake is actually on those like beta blocker things or whatever they're called due to a heart problem. So I think Lake will be pretty cozy on the stage. I don't think he'll peak at 100% his best though. Yeah. Right, chat. This game is shit. I just got freaking 910 tokens spare, man. I'm pretty sure this is Deadman Faction's drop rate, right? Because this is ridiculous. There's no way, bro. This is a 12-minute defender. Bone thing. Your team is going to be Dino, Boaty, Sick Nerd, Foam, Mammal, and Coxie? No, that would be 6 people. If this was the draft right here, hypothetically, this is our gamble draft, which I think could be good, but we have to gamble. But yeah, here we've got like, we do have Sick Nerd on the board, Pips on the board, No Monkey obviously might be considered, Be the Victim. Like, I feel if we wanted the strongest team here for the finale, it would probably be something genuinely like that. I think that would be pretty good. In a situation like this, I do think V's going to be quite good, even if he shakes on the stage. Coxie Sick Nerd's probably good. V the Victim Coxie's probably pretty solid, you know? But then it is just like, do we lock in like maybe No Monkey and V the Victim? There's a lot of combinations. But yeah, that's why like at this time, we already kind of know who we're picking, because it's just based on who's there, you know? Like I said, if somehow Mutz just comes all the way through, or Mika comes all the way through, we're just going to take him, so... You should see if Odyssey will let you upgrade to the 5S. Hey, Mr. Beef, just wait for a couple days, bro. Yeah, the Odyssey 5... When I did all my research on headphones, the Odyssey LCD 5s were the best if I EQ'd them with bass boost for electronic music. And now they have some that actually has bass boosting in it. Alright, let me go bop a few more scorious, chat. Level amount 90, okay. What about V and Eliop? Eliop, I would consider great for multi. V as well, probably because of his experience. But I rate Eliop highly if you need a shot caller. If I was a captain, I'd be first picking someone crack, but then I would probably have big eyes on someone like Mika or Eliop because I would need a shot caller because I can't really do it. So, right, let's go, Bob. Let's score this, mate. Eliop is top of the list PvP-wise. I think there is a small world where Eliop is gone before our picks, and there is a world where we could end up picking him. Butts and Eliop. Could happen. But right now, we don't need to prioritize a shot caller. But I think it's always good to have a backup shot caller. And also, if a team out there doesn't have a caller, you can take it away, you know? Like, here's an example. If Oda locks in something like 61M and sorry, not Mika, 61M and, like, No Monkey, let's just say, he goes for some draft like that. I don't know if 61M can shot call, but if we then take Eliop, we could nerf their team, I think. What are you testing in the demo worlds? At the moment, I'm just trying to train my combat so I can test some PVM later. This is just like my throwaway account, you know? Where the hell did I get thieving from? Oh, firing. You can't see a world where Oda's a bit mean. Well, I'm hearing that Mika, or Oda said Mika didn't really step up as much as he thought in All-Stars 2. But again, that might be Oda just trying to make sure no one picks him. But I'll be honest, I would say there is a 99% chance Oda will be... Sorry, Mika's available for Oda's pick. 99% chance. 2 years! Yeah, Dino can shot call. So we don't need a shot caller. Because again, there was a team here that I think is actually quite good. Oh, hold on, let me kill these rats quickly. Because again, a good team you could do here for everything is this. If Rixie was picked not there and they picked, let's just say they go for Pip. We could lock in this. This is another team we think is like a 99% chance we could get her. And then even then, if you wanted to, you could swap something like this and get 2 players on the back-to-back winning team last time. Which I think is good. A lot of good combinations, I think, for first pick, but not a lot of, like, insta-locks, you know? 69 months. Green. Can we get a lovely ASCII picture in celebration? ASCII picture. Well, the big one. You want to pick Mika first? He's not good enough for NH. Second row is his level at best in NH ability. Yeah, but who does he pick first then? It'd be Doobies or 61M, correct? Which is that my prediction is Oda's going to go 61M first into Mika, or he's going to go 61M into Doobies, or Doobies into whatever combination. That's what I think's going to happen. Oh, Greg. If he gets Greg, Greg's an insta-lock. Like, we all know that, like, immediately, if Greg is on the board, Oda is obviously going to be choosing Greg. 100%. And that's what none of us want. We really don't want to have to deal with that shit. Who's 61M? He's a PvP stream. I think he streams on Kick, but he's also live on Twitch, actually. But no, he's been a PvP streamer for a long time. Just his first time being invited to All-Stars. A big one about 61M is if he's actually played Deadman before. It's not quite known if he has Deadman experience. Who calls if Dino dies? Exactly. If Dino goes down, like if you know every team's shot caller and you pile him and they die, then that team might fall apart. So everyone's going to know when our team is set and done that Dino's our shot caller. But if we have Eliop as well in the team, which I think is going to be very likely, we would have a backup shot caller instantly. And that makes our multi possibly stronger than any other team. Because if any other team hits us, we take their shot caller out. And then if our shot caller trades, we have a backup. If you see Oda fight 61M, you notice so much skill difference. Well, yeah, you're going to notice that against almost anyone Oda fights, though, you know. You know, basically, if Oda was to fight the roster, anyone he beats, he doesn't pick, bro. Realistically, the only person he might be picking, I'm guessing, is Greg at that point. It could probably take him for a couple. But Greg's never going to be available, bro. So Oda's going to be a solo team, bro. Room fall on, bro. How into the draft? I don't know. Eli's a great pick for the Nuggets. Yeah, like, again, I think if I had to say some teams that I think I want to say like 100% chance we can get, I'm pretty sure we can get Rixie and be the victim. Rixie Eliop, be the victim Eliop. Sick Nerd, we are indefinitely sure that Sick Nerd will be available. If he's not, there's a burger team already created. The draft's in 3 to 4 hours. The draft is tomorrow, you big gogglehead. Some picks I'm already burger team. Yeah, like, at the end of the day, I create so many teams, and then I feel like it's a burger team, and then I put the same people on other teams and shit, and I'm like, okay, it doesn't actually look like a burger team at all. Did you get the side for my taking a piss? I did get the side. The video will be out before All-Stars as well, which I'm so happy with, because I haven't logged into the account since I got the scythe. So what happens is the Tread Lightly series, gameplay and streaming-wise, post-All-Stars is going to be completely up-to-date to the last clip of the previous video that's live. So you know how the series was behind the whole time? It will officially have fully caught up for the final. It caught up for 1 day previously, and then I immediately ended it, and then... You feel like there's no way, 0 ways to get a burger team? There is many ways to get a burger team. I don't know what everyone. No! The chocolate bugle, man. These things are the most addictive thing
West Ham.
on the planet, bro. And West Ham introduced me to this shit. No. I think that the bigger team is all based on Frame's pick. If Framed, chat, does not lock in Torvesta or Greg, I feel like he could lock in some other people that aren't actually burger picks, in all honesty. What do you think the worst combination of players could be? It would be like the worst combination, but like if you look at this already, that team is going to be absolutely curb stomped. I mean, I don't know. Sitnerd's actually pretty good, so if you wanted to do like something like, and then maybe I don't know, Curtis, you know, that team there would be like, I'm sorry, bro, dead weight. Do you think Foe's strategy and game planning outweighs any PvP gap with the 4 Pro players? Yep. At the end of the day, remember, you could just stick Foe to Bolt Rag or Nox Halley the opponent, you know? It's going to take some damage. And I would say how much better of a PvPer than Foe is, let's say, if the last picks are the farmers, Mammal, Curtis, and then let's say Alfie and EVScape, you know? How much better, you know? It's not a wide margin. But then theory crafting wise, you know, and PVM wise, Foe has them covered. That's why I don't think Foe's going to be the last pick anymore, unfortunately. Adam Webster is a fantastic pick. Sick Nerd, the thing about Sick Nerd, right, is we all know he's going to shake on the stage, so he loses his start there, but other than that, as an outlighter player, he is going to be a good player. And then imagine Sick Nerd playing on a non-burger team. I truly think that is something many people are going to sleep on. You know? Like, we all know he's going to shake on the stage, but if you remove that, put Sick Nerd on a non-burger team, I think he's going to be very good. Very good. And then imagine he just doesn't shake, which I doubt, but, you know. Has No Monkey gotten decent? Yeah, No Monkey's very good at the NH Stake Arena. But again, that doesn't translate to Deadman mode. You know, like, would you take somebody who is, if you were in your pick order, where would you pick this person? I mean, obviously, it depends on who else is there, but how highly do you rate someone? It's very good at, like, the NH Stake Arena, but might be, obviously, garbage everywhere else, you know? For all we know, No Monkey gets locked in, like... I think someone said yesterday, No Monkey's either going to get locked in too early or too late. You know? It's very hard to say whereabouts he truly belongs to me. But yeah, what if he's just not fall? What if he just doesn't fall over? What if he's just cracked at everything, bro, and ends up being, like, better than Lake on paper, you know? Oda doesn't shake, and IRL, he will 3v1 a couple times. Just went, yeah, bro. You know, another Oda block slurp or so. You always have to flame him. You always got to flame him. Didn't see Engineer beat Gnome. Gnome could ironically be a hidden Mutz. I mean, again, like, if you could choose in the arena, Gnome or Mutz, and let's say Gnome beats Mutz in the arena, that's what you've got. Who do you pick? Because I feel like Mutz has 3 Deadman All-Stars of experience, puts a lot of practice in, provides probably similar levels of capability of PVM and all that shit, you know? I think Mutz would just be a better man, based on that. But that's where you have to look into how high do you value, like, the ability to play Deadman mode. If you say No Monkey's a better PVM than Mutz, and then he's slightly better at PvP, but 0 Deadman experience, would you place Mutz higher? Because if Mutz is available for our pick and no monkey's available, bro, there's no world I think we're picking no monkey. I'm sorry to say, Mr. Monkey, bro. I'm sorry, bro. What about no Mutz and no monkey, mate, you know? Yeah. You're an Oda fan, no hate, just saying. Look, bro, you're an Oda fan, but Oda's not going to 3v1 on the stage, which makes you a delusional Oda fan. Don't be a delusional fan of Summer. It's very bad. If you're there like, Oda's going to 1v5 another team, everyone in the community is just going to laugh at you because he's obviously not. It's just how the world works, man. No. If there's a world diner doesn't pick me. I mean, I have to say yes to that, but I'd say there's like a 0.1% chance, and then I go straight to West Ham. Unless West Ham don't pick me, but then West Ham has better positioning than Dino. So if I genuinely go to West Ham's team, that's better for me. Yeah. Oda paid the team captains 10 bill each to not pay to the last row. There's no way no monkey's better than Mutz in PvP. No, it's what I mean, but like, this is the question. If you were playing All-Stars, this is how you have to think about your draft. If you had the ability to choose Mutz or no monkey, and the information you've got is that no monkey is slightly better at PvP than Mutz, but he is better at PVM than Mutz, but he's zero deadman experience compared to Mutz. Would you ever pick no monkey over Mutz? You know? Because I feel like the answer is just no. And that's where you have to then work out how highly do you rate someone without the deadman experience. How, like, then the next pick comes, you know? You know? Then we have Coxie, you know? Let's just say, or V the Victim. Let's say V the Victim's on the board versus no monkey. 3 all-stars of experience. Let's say slightly worse at PVM. And then let's say slightly worse at PvP. Where do you rank it, you know? That's how it's going right now. But yeah, that's just like how you have to think of the draft. That's how I've been thinking of the draft anyway. That's why I say we have an opportunity maybe to pick a gamble team. If Oda gets Greg and Mutz and, sorry, no monkey and Sinker on the table, we might lock them in and see what happens. It means we may have the burger team on paper, but we could also have a good team. You know? That's the gamble team, right? Yeah. Bro, imagine Sick Nerd ends up on some team that looks like a randomizer, bro, and someone joins and is like, hey, man, are you on the randomizer deadman team? Oh, no, this is it, bro. The randomizer team, bro. Oh, the general's not even on that team. Hold on, wait. There we go, man. Nice randomizer team for the general. If Oda gets Greg, it's GG's. Yeah, exactly. If Oda gets Greg, it's kind of GG. And that's why, like, maybe we just, at this point, create some team that's just a massive gamble that could maybe just do better, you know? At the end of the day, if Oda gets Greg and Mika, there isn't really a combination you can create that's going to be better than that team, you know? You're just automatically behind. Ready to get KO'd in the final? Oh, I'm 100% getting KO'd, chat, you know? 100% getting KO'd. I'm already ready for it, bro. Greg is ass PVM. Doesn't matter. You don't need a PVMer. If Oda has the pick of Greg and Mika back-to-back, he's going to guarantee 2 PVMers at the end, you know? He can literally lock in both for the brain, because they might not have a brain on that team. And then also, let's say, you know, let's say no monkey's still available, you know? There you go. Hold on, I'm failing. Roll up. Roll up. 2 farmers at the end. Yeah, exactly. There's no world in your mind if Greg was available, sick pick, that you don't pick him because he's not good at PVO. I'm base 70s at the moment. You know, my C's. Oh, the C's is complete. Probably unpopular opinion. Dino picking you first is a mistake. You must be thinking about winning first row because Dino probably is not winning the captain row himself. When he picks you, he's probably losing the first row. He's better off picking Greg to ensure winning first row. I mean, I fought Greg a bit in the arena, and it was going 50-50, so I'm pretty happy with it. You know, I was surprised by that. But yeah, Greg, like, I always say, like, when it comes to the Deadman drafts, there's a immediate seeing the competitors to know who the best is. But then after people put in the practice, everything changes. But then obviously some of us do not know how good others are. Show up, Pimba. Have a good one, mate. Guy missed it. If you had 10 brews in your inventory, how do you think you do? Oh, bro, I'd be brewing the whole time, man. Wouldn't do any damage. See that? Oh, should I check the GCUs online? People don't understand how important team synergy is. If the team is vibing, efficiency is up 120%. Yeah, possibly true. Oh, he followed you today? Yeah, it's fine, mate. It's all good. If he basically followed me, then he didn't see my fights with Greg that were live streamed, so he got banned for, unfortunately, no reason, mate. You know, fights are 50-50, mate. I killed him 11 times, he killed me 11 times. You know, that's right. Get the yeah. That's what I mean, like, when you, when the All-Stars draft is released, you can immediately just see who the best of them all are. But then after people have been practicing for 4 weeks, all of that draft changes massively. Pop it. Bodie, will you have as much fun with Dino versus without a pip? I will have fun with any captain. Completely irrelevant. I'm friends with all 6 captains. There's no captain I don't have fun with. And then there's obviously lots of combinations of teams that I have more fun with. But again, you have to create some bigger teams to create the Ultra Vibe team. Yeah, Oda wanted better for the Zontet, so he paid off the others. Yeah, we'll see, bro. If every captain doesn't pick me, mate, and then I'm available on the board and the Big O has a pick, mate, and he slurps me up like a lemon, mate, well, I'm an Oda warrior, aren't I, mate? Yeah, I feel like Reese's team is going to be try-harding the win here, bro, you know. Out of every team, I think Reese is going to be sweating the victory. Moderator for 8 years. You know, Reese is going to be falling out with his team. I'm telling you that straight away. Every other team's going to be, like, vibing and they get the win. So if Reese's team has the shit vibes, bro, and then they also lose, bro, it's a massive giggle, man. Massive giggle. Torvester's a bit overvalued. It's really hard to say if Torvest is overvalued because he's going to be great in the finale without doubts, one of the better ones. But it depends also, does he shake? PVM-wise, he doesn't really bring anything. He's kind of like Greg, but worse in a way. But it would still be very hard to decide a pick over Torvester at the beginning, you know. He's a good strategizer. Torvester! Don't embarrass yourself, man. I'm sorry, bro. You've embarrassed yourself, bro. You've embarrassed yourself. Good strategist, man. You know, at the end of the day, bro, me and Torvester were a duo in a battle royale. And I did 100 hours of prep, man, you know, or theory crafting and shit. He did 0. What he's good at, though, is executing the strategy. So if Reese does all the planning and gives Torvester this role, I have no doubt that Torvester would do well. But if you had Torvester as the brains of a team, hey, man, look what happened on the Titans, mate, you know? Go look at Torvester's first picks, All-Stars 1 and 2, when he was a captain, bro. Strategist, come on. genuinely gobbled up the draft 2 times in a row. I can't talk because I did make the burgers in season 1, but hey, man, at the end of the day, bro, we're going to be 10 all-stars in, mate, and everyone's going to still say the burgers was the best team of all time, bro, you know? Yeah. Doesn't matter, mate, if there's teams that have won 9 times, mate, you know, the burgers will be the best. Top Master made Lake look bad. What, did they fight recently? What are you even doing this game? I'm just getting the stats up to do some PVM. I have a few of her ults and shit. Most of the planning I do, I just write it down on like a piece of paper, but I ain't really done shit yet, to be honest. Just yapped about some ideas. Trying to work out, like, you know, do you skip the first breach or not? I think you don't skip the first breach. I think the first breach is important. It's the giant mole. It's gonna be spooky. 1x1 entrance, 1x1 exit, multi-monsters everywhere, probably impossible to tell. No safe zone in Fowler door, bro. Friggin' light sources need to be unlocked. Woo! Not to think of Pip on the team? Yeah, I think there's a chance we do get Pip on the team. I think I'd be surprised. Ooh. If Torvesta goes to Frame's team, that's the only time I could see Pip going before West Ham, maybe. Because I think if Framed and Torvesta are on a team, they need a strategist and a very good one. And I don't really see Pip getting beyond Lake or sorry, not Lake, West Ham or us. That's the only way I could see that happen, actually. It's gonna be it, bro. Imagine this draft comes out and everyone just burger picks everything, and then me and Dino get some insane 12 and 13, bro. But some PVM has been undervalued this year with all the extra time they have to get progress gear really fast with the guaranteed sigils and to get a solid lead. It's hard to say because PVM this time, there's no PVM sigils really, you know. There's no titanium or restoration that you got last time. And it's impossible to get them. But yes, I think there is more time this Deadman, depending on time lost to multi-roams / missions. Because Barrow's grind alone is quite long, and you don't have to do anywhere near as much. Because you should get your 5 Carol's tops. I keep thinking 5 Carol's tops is going to be, like, much faster. And Blue Moon, obviously, spooky. But, also must be very fast if you just 1 KC the Blue Moon. Wait, is Blue Moon the best to 1 KC? I feel like Blue Moon, you want a 2 KC. Eclipse into Blue Moon, I want to say. Or would that be the play? I think in real time, it would still be better just to run back and forth. But question is, chat, who's going to be the most deadweight pick? And why is it me? Sitting it? Nah, I don't see the General going early, mate. The General might be on our team. There's a world, I think, where the General could honestly be one of the better picks for us. Nerd. And I wouldn't mind playing with Sitting It again and not creating a bigger team, you know. I honestly hope, chat, that people sleep on the specs, mate, and he comes around to us, bro. The insta-lock on skill specs, mate, would be so good. I don't think it's gonna happen, though, bro, but, oh, frothing at the idea. Imagine if Jay just pops off this event. I mean, again, you have to look at the equation, you know. Some people say that if you are skill specs, you have the burger team. But imagine skill specs on a non-burger team, you know? If the team was me, Dino, specs, and then we had, like... I don't know, something like... Who's good on this roster or something? Mutz and... I don't know, RuneScape. Perps debating taking specs. Yeah, I don't think we get the specs, by the way. But no, I think Specs is one of those where, again, he's quite underrated. Like, he does beat most people on the roster. And he's great at Deadman mode because he has all the experience. He's good for multi because he has no fear. He's not going to shake on stage. The Specs a good pick. If he's on the roster, like, there's so many people, I'm just going to say if they're there, we're taking him. And if Specs is available, we're taking him, bro. He's ours, man. He's ours, bro. If Reese picks Torvesta and gets Specs second. Yeah, I don't really know if Perp gets beyond Specs twice, though, but I think if Reese did pick Torvesta and Specs is available, they lock him in 100%. Oda wants doobies? Hey, man, if Oda gets doobies and doobies does a speech, 10k viewers for the big O. Sorry, 10k viewers for the big dupe. Right, clubber, and you're done, Lenny. I didn't plan around moons, about to see Vala Molanis. Moons is, there's loads of things, you know. You could literally do moons on the very last day if you wanted to, you know. What do people do on the last day? I think they're going to do final pushes for good gear and assume that moons is done by everybody. Nobody PKs at barrows at the end. So if you end up going to moons and you've got way higher stats, your blue moon on paper is going to be way quicker than anyone that rushes it and shit. But again, you have to work out if it's worth it or worth the risk or anything. Run for the boppers again? No, the boppers would be gargling. Yeah. Getting 5 blue moon sets takes ages compared to Bloodbark, and Bloodbark better defense bonus. I just think if you roll in the final with Bloodbark, you're just going to splash so many freezes that you're never, you know... Like, realistically, your best chance then is to barrage on a trade on their mage gear as well. Because if they're wearing tank, which everyone's going to be on your barrages, if you go into the final and 52 XP everything, you're going to lose. How much better gear is this year, though? I don't really know. The main things people are going to be ending up tossing up is if God Wars is worth for like 5 Armored or God Swords, if you don't get any VLSs, is next worth for all the other shit, with the drop rates being so high, even with 5x, like no titanium and all that shit for next. Doom for Avernic Treads that can now be worn, / Conflictions. The rest kind of sits the same, but yeah. Right, chat, I'm going to bop some Revenants. Oh, it is Salva me. Man, I have to do Haunted Mine. It's quick, actually, isn't it? 85 crafting. I can't be arsed. The hell is that shit, man? How many quests for a zombie axe, mate? I'm gonna be honest, chat, I'm not questing a zombie axe on this temporary server, man. Will Treads be an option this solo or a boots first? Picking someone with a crazy amount of delves completed will be a massive draft fire. Avernic Treads will be best in slot in the finale without any doubt. Because I don't think Echo boots would be better, Irania boots would be better, but it's again the amount of time spent delving, and delve is incredibly dangerous to go to because it's multi everywhere. So it's pretty hard to shut. Yeah, there's no friendly boots this year, so Avernic Treads are best in slot for the finale. Does that mean that you should definitely be doing Delve? How long does it take in 6x or 5x drop rates to get 5 pairs of Avernic Treads, assuming one person did all your Delve? I think that's a lot of time just for some boots, you know. Would you not rather try and invest that time to, you know, if you went to Ziliano, could you get 5 ACBs or 5 Avernic Treads? What's better, you know? Or yeah, maybe you don't get them for all your members. You get it only for, like, the big boys. 3 Avernic Treads, 3 ACBs, you know, all the shit like that, you know. Confliction gauntlets, do you give the conflictions to your weaker members or do you give it to your more stronger? You know, the last thing I want to be dealing with is if shitty Odor Block rolls up to the final in full Virtus Brew. You know, I don't want to be dealing with that shit. Wait, how do I... Oh, not this shit again, bro. I want to kill the big one. I need a bracelet, lad. He'll die to Tor. Bro, imagine Torvesta kills the Big O again, bro. What you feel like going for Bofa? Bofa, I don't think it's a good strategy. The time taken to actually quest it all is a long time. And I feel like you could maybe get Morrigan throwing axes, which allows you to basically do any, like, 2-1 shit in the finale anyway. Oh. No one's to grind CG. I would happily grind CG, I'll be honest. But I also don't really think CG's gonna be... I mean, it could be good, you know. I'm not putting any thought into it. I'm just kind of moving my mouth a bit. Didn't one team get full Bofa? Yeah, but in Season 1, the strat was to get Bofa's Fangs, but they had, like, Blood Furies and shit, which is pretty garbage. And then they also didn't have any prayer scrolls and skipped every bridge, so... the strat of doing the Bofas in Season 1 was terrible. But in Season 3, it might not be. I hate him. If the captain in Season 1 spent less time at the gym, maybe they would have Fangs and prayer scrolls. I'm pretty sure 120 hours was done. They just skipped Chambers entirely. Yo, bracelet, failure, man, that's it. No ARMs, what's going to be the best mage armor? That's good defense. Basically, the easiest mage armor and the most common in the finale is going to be Blue Moon. And then there is worlds where some teams attempt to get Virtus slash the other one that's named, I don't know. Ancestral. I think Ancestral is more doable than Virtus personally. But again, I don't really know the Paul. It also depends if you, like, spoon a Shadow. If you spoon a Shadow, if your team wants to go for Fangs, because everyone has TOA completed. TOA is going to be a war zone, I think. I think everyone's going to want a Fang, because you have Swashbuckler off the start. But, if you get a Shadow, is it worth sticking someone on just farming the Whisperer? I'm getting on. Already. I'm gonna get a Wildy Slayer task actually, because I could just get revs. Maybe any raid should drop Mega Rev vouchers. I'll be honest, I don't really think anyone's gonna be doing TOB. Unless a Vernix are maybe worth doing, but again, I don't really think that's gonna be that good. As for Chambers, I can definitely see Chambers being done a bit for prayer scrolls, but I don't know yet because you can still just buy them. And then TOA, I think every team's doing TOA. The fact the quest is pre-completed, the Fangs are very good, especially with Swashbuckler, they're very good. I think, yeah, TOA is going to be a war zone. But that's why, again, if TOA is a war zone and you've got your good PVMers that have no Deadman experience doing TOA and they leave, it's a freeze escape angle to people that PK there with tens of hours of experience of popping people. TOA can instantly enter again. Not in Deadman All-Stars. You know, someone like West Ham could legit just sit. Sorial. God, that's some. Yeah, so that's what I mean. Like, this All-Stars it's hard to play. This is why I think if you have no experience, it's really hard to justify how good they are, regardless of how good you are at the game. That's why I said before, if you had a pick in All-Stars... Let me get out. Let me see if I can get a Wildy task, actually. If you have a pick in All-Stars, if No Monkey is an example here, is better than Mutz at PvP slightly and PVM slightly, but has 0 Deadman All-Stars experience, would you ever pick No Monkey over Mutz based on that? That's the question to answer. Because as far as I'm aware, if Mutz is available for us at any point, we would take him because he brings everything to the table. It's just that basic question. Mutz would not be planking outside TOA. He could die, of course, but he got bought by Parkazard in the previous All-Stars. How long would it take teams to get Moon's Armor? I think if you had free reign over the moons, which is very hard to say if that will actually ever happen, you could probably get Blue Moon top and bottom in 2 hours, I want to say. For your entire team, assuming that all of the members are doing it, you would never do Blue Moon alone. Compared to getting Arims, again, Carols will be twice as fast. Goblins. Hope some team don't get steamrolled this time. Yeah. You gonna want extra sets of barrows for the fights? Honestly, I don't think anyone ever takes barrows or arims actually to any. Breaches are always mystics with like tank barrows, which is true actually. Yeah, with less barrows in the game, tank armor might put people back to barrows. As far as I'm aware, yeah, I was gonna say like once you have 5 Carols tops, you can leave barrows done entirely. But realistically, if you don't have tank helm and legs for multi breaches and shit, you're gonna have to go back and get more. Assuming you get steamrolled for every set, you know. The Frame Friends will be steamrolled. The Frame Friends get steamrolled if Frame trolls the draft. Like I said, I think, like, he's borderline, not forced, but if you were framed, would you, in your first ever All-Stars, go for Vibe Team or just immediately try and lock in the best team possible, you know? Because I feel like you can't really risk a Vibe Team. You have to just lock in the best of the best. That's why... if Frame does not pick Torvester or Greg first, I think he's going to be getting slurped. Perp teams my bet to get rolled. Ah, man, let me build some teams, bro. Let me build some teams. Framed goes Torvester, which is our prediction. Actually, look, let's just do his smartest pick, which is Greg. Nesta gets locked in. This is where Perp could lock in skill specs, but I think he might go like... he could even lock in doobies here, to be honest. But then the question here is maybe let's just say he goes Skidler, and then let's say Odeblock goes for that. You know, I think Perp would lock the specs in here 100%. And then Mutz goes to this team. Framed Greg. Mika, maybe? Mika there. Let's just say Pip goes there. And it comes back to us. And we would get Rakesy and V the victim. Why? Because they both won last year, which means they know how to win this year, bro. Instant win. That's 100% burger team for Perp. I don't really know. Perp says he picks for people who are fearless, and his question here is, if Perp picked Mika here, is that what you'd say is the best pick? Hey, chat, I'm going to tell you what... Wait, what? Wait, chat, I genuinely just got an Earth Warrior Slayer task. I thought that was removed from the game. Is it in this... Oh, bro! You can get Earth Warrior Slayer tasks and framed as a captain? No, it's off limits. Bro, imagine I go down here now and framed is legit stood there, bro. Man. Dino, don't pick me, bro. I can't kill my Earth Warriors, bro. Skidler's a troll pick? I mean, let's say you're Perp here. Who do you pick first here? And we don't know what Oda's going to pick. Who do you think is the best pick? Because I think there's a lot of solid ones. You got Doobie, 61M. I think Skidler is honestly worth it. Skill Specs is genuinely decent choice if you really wants him. But who would you say is the best on the board? Doobies, would you say? Because then who does the Big O lock in here? Does he go Mika Mutz? You know, let's just say he does go Mika and Mutz. I'm pretty sure Skidler gets locked in, though. Or Specs. It's one of the two. And then I would say Specs goes there at that point. But then does that make Reese's team the burger team or not? I'd say Reese's team is the scariest in multi right now. I'd rather deal with Oda, Mika, and Mutz than Reese, Torvester, and Specs in multi, bro. They would chase you to the end of Narnia, man. Sync? Bro, I wish I knew how good Sync is. Although I do think there's a good chance Sync will come to us. But again, we don't know how good he is. I just need Sync to literally DM us a clip of him PKing if he's on the board as soon as like West Ham locks in whoever's here. And then me and Dino quickly look at it. We see his 10-13 junior. We're like, we'll have Sync. And I was like, hey, it's a troll pick. Then we show the video and every team's good. What are those headphones, man? They look like shit. Who gives a shit what headphones look like as long as they sound good, moron? Type of guy, bro, to generally wearing like Apple earbuds, mate, you know. Jesus, man. Embarrassing, bro. You think he only wants to be picked by Framed? What, Sync? The only universe where well, no. The only way Sync comes on our team is if Greg ends up on Oda with like Mika. Me and Dino might go for this gamble team here and just hope that they're both just cracked, you know. Just hope. Other than that, we might be the burger team and just fall over a lot, so. Better pray. Look, Sync at the end of the day, bro. Fire your resume over to twitch.tv/dino_xx. You know, we'll judge by that. And chat, if he sends it over and we don't pick him, he's last pick. Because he's shit. Why is Mutz a third pick and Greg goes to Oda? Who made this shit? Oh, it's hypothetical. If the draft is troll, like, so in this situation, it's irrelevant to these picks, you know. But I don't think that Greg gets past. If Frame does a troll pick, this is what I think occurs. And this is also quite realistic to happen, you know. Now look at that Perp team. You know, that Perp team's popping. And then I think Mutz would end up going here. And then the question now is, does 61M go there or does Sync go there? You know, because I could easily see Framed wanting Sync and Specs wanting 61M. So let's say they go for Sync here, you know. I think they'd go for 61M, though, hypothetically. And then West Ham and Lake might go for... Let's say they lock in Coxie or some shit. Or they go for Pip. And then again, we have like loads of good options here. So let's say we do lock in the general, like V the victim of the general or some shit, you know. Yeah, the thing with Sync is like no one knows if he's gonna be good. We just know he's good at PVM, you know, but he could be absolutely insane, bro. Yeah. Only reason to hide this much is if he's 10-13. I don't know, bro. But that's what I mean, like, you know, the people that I don't really know how good are in the finale is V the Victim, No Monkey, and Sync, you know. As far as I'm aware, you know, if you locked in this and then Sync was genuinely cracked, you know, that team could be bumping, bro. But it could also be dead away. Where's Spotmac? He didn't decide to play. He was invited, but the Warriors Guild is not a safe zone, so yeah. Oh, hold on. I need to type in the actual Discord. I just realized. Wait a minute. Yeah. Sync is downplaying his skill level so Frame gets him second round. I'm just gonna say it. There is zero way that Sync is chosen before here, you know, like no way. So if Sync wants to go on Frame's team, he could literally go live and show how good he is, bro, and no one's gonna pick him first. Actually, no, if he goes live and he's disgusting. And yeah. It depends if they're going for that. Is this possible? Let's build a team again here. Yeah, very possible, I think. Very possible. Yeah. What am I drinking? A nice water with some holy in. It's actually not got holy in, it's just a nice big water, bro. Change log. We got rid of global player kill death broadcast in the end. Man, we would have played All Stars, bro, and it would have said like Oda Block has killed V the victim, bro. And I think it was gonna say the location as well. Kind of convinced people assume he's cracked. Sync's a gamer, we know, but PvP is a different skill set. No, I know, that's the point, you know. We don't know. Some people don't practice on stream because they don't want people to know how good they are. You know, as of right now, an example is, you know, a lot of people are saying No Monkey should be picked early because he's gone live practicing and shown that he's very good. If he didn't, no one would be considering him at all with 0 deadman experience. Sync is basically the same, just no practice. Was strolling around the jewelry last night and saw Sync tick AGS Maul Petter. Maul embarrassing, bro. No Monkey got wrecked in a best out of 3 against EVscape earlier. Whose ping was it? It's a very important question. Apparently Sick Nerd beat Lake on Lake's ping, you know. I genuinely will say Sick Nerd is an underrated pick, you know. You know, I'm a big fan of the general and all that shit. But I just don't think he's a burger, you know. And I would actually be interested if he comes on our team to see how Sick Nerd plays on a non-burger team. What I will say is he's going to shake on stage. We all know that. No one's going to deny that. But in the week, he's going to bring a lot of, like, good shit. So, yeah, there's a good chance that Sick Nerd will be with me again, man, on a non-burger team. Whoa, a 2-1, bro. Think Boaty could be a shaker on stage? I think I could be, yeah. I think I'll be alright, though, you know. I've done stage work before, so... If anything, I might get, like, adrenaline dump, and I don't know if that's gonna cause me to be suddenly trash. See some track of some of these things I've heard it to say random Twitch chats don't have the best idea skill. I mean, the tracker isn't everything at the end of the day, thing. I actually lost to a guy in LMS where he actually beat me on the tracker as well. And I'm telling you, this guy was garbage. It's just every time I prayed right, he had a 20 free prayer or a 25 free prayer. So I sat there eating the entire time, bro. So the tracker always doesn't actually show everything, in all honesty. So if you do see some trackers and all that. But yeah, apparently there's an image going around of Lake being beat by Sick Nerd. Didn't even play the damn game. Like 5 times on Lake's ping. Lake's stuck down, bro. Sick Nerd's like a bit. But that's why I say, like, if Sick Nerd's available on our board, there's a good chance we pick him. And I would also say we're picking him not just because, like, me and Dino are fans of him and he was like a Rizzler and all that shit. He's actually a solid player. Well, he's going to check on stage. Sick Nerd lost 10 times in a row to Perp, though. Yeah, but Perp is, you know, very good. Sick Nerd still lost to the gnome. Did he? Sick Nerd stock down, bro. He's back in the bin. If Port was in this dead man, do you think he'd still be first pick? If you're going unbiased on rating players, Port has been first pick, I think, every time, with the only exception of maybe West Ham. With West Ham in the roster, I feel like you could argue he's first pick over Port. But yes. The only way you would not pick someone like Port is if there's someone in the roster you consider to also be quite good. And you just want to play them, you know, like if the pick order was correct and Port was still in the roster, there's a chance Dino would maybe still pick me just because he might want to play with me. But then West Ham would choose Port instantly, and it's GG. Yeah, just watched Lake PK for the first time the other day, and his gear and prayer switches were diabolical. Oh, Lake stock down, bro. Hey, let's all troll the Lake stock chat so we can pick him, bro. It'd be so funny if all these drafts are just insanely wrong, bro, and like there's just players that like Lake comes around to us, bro, and we're like, oh, go on, mate. Lake and Mika come around to us, bro. I'll be honest, if I could create an unofficial dream team, it's this. And obviously it's never going to happen, but, you know. This would be my unofficial dream team. You know, if somehow... Is it humanly possible to create this team? Let's say Oda Trolls. No, I mean, let's just say West Ham has to troll as well here. Yeah, I don't think it could ever happen, you know. Unless, no, Sync, maybe that would be the only universe it could ever occur. And yeah, it's not going to happen, let's be real. So. Specs on the dream team for the vibes? If Specs is available, we're picking him. I don't mind. There's so many people I can happily just say we're picking them, you know. There's a few that we're between picking because we have loads of good options, you know. But we do have most people locked in. If Greg's available, we pick him. If Specs is available, we pick him. If Mutz is available, we pick him. You know, if Sync is available, we're probably not locking that in as a guarantee, you know. But yeah, if Lake and Mika were available, bro, nice handsome team down here, bro. I confirmed to Dino Nugget. Dino has confirmed that he's picking me, yes. However, of course, he can still be a big, fat liar. Ice Giants, bro. Oh, I actually can bop these things. Dino's main angle is to assume his rage pick comments. Doesn't matter. Like I said, I don't really give a shit if Dino doesn't pick me, as long as West Ham picks me. And I'll say it again. You can clip it. I'd rather be with West Ham than Dino, bro. I'll just say it. I think West Ham's second pick is better than Dino's first pick. If I'm picked by West Ham on second pick, I think our team will be better. And I also think West Ham is better. The only downside for Dino is his first pick was West Ham twice in a row. And now he's picking the one player on the whole roster, chat, that is completely and utterly nerfed to West Ham. He's made a mistake. Imagine going from West Ham first pick 2 All-Stars in a row to Bodie. If Dino picks you first, who's the best possible PK can pick after him? 61M is the most likely to come back round. And again, if he's on the board, we're going to pick him. Don't mind me saying that, because again, there's... Why does Dino get first pick every time? He doesn't! He's literally had first pick never. Wait, no, he had first pick last time and first pick again this time. And then second time he had second pick, I think. So he's on 2-1-1. That's why Oda's... People saying, like, Oda gets... Why does Oda always get last pick? He was first pick in the first one. He just chose Rice because he's a giggler, mate. You ever see Greg get to Oda? Greg can definitely get to Oda, yes, but it's on Perp to choose Greg, and I think Greg would be chosen by... Oh, no, this is the actual thing. This is if Frame basically picks a troll pick, ignore the Pip pick. Perp picks Greg, comes back around here, and then Perp can get, like, Skidler, and it's a pretty good team. Yeah. You think Reese would step up on saying Greg? Reese picks Greg if Torvesta's not available. My question is if Reese picks Lake, if Lake is somehow available. Because West Ham, most of the drafts I do, I put Lake on West Ham's team. But in all honesty, they know they're going to get PVMers. So again, if we go back to it, does it change if Greg goes to West Ham? Let's just say then that this happens, and then Lake comes to Reese. I think it is just based on these first picks kind of being in that order to make sure that Oda don't get either of them, you know. Mushroom Spore. Yeah, no, I could definitely see West Ham picking Greg here. Let's build out another team, though. If West Ham does go Greg... Wait, no. Might go Doobies. Mika... Is it 61M Mika here? Skidler. Mutt's probably maybe not there now. I mean, maybe Mutz is there. And then West Ham now needs like someone PVM good as well. Well, he knows he's going to get it later, though. So again, would West Ham again lock Pip him for the brain? Or does he go Coxie? Does he even go No Monkey here or something? We would get the specs, bro. We would get the specs, please. We'd get the specs. Give us the specs. Is there a World West Ham first pick, CBs? Yes, I'm going to have to say, but I doubt. I think West Ham's already said his pick order, though. I think he said his priority pick was me, then Lake, and he's guaranteed one of us, so... If that's basically what he said, that's why I don't really think Greg gets picked there, because he can say what he wants, you know. If you're in the pick order of Dino, West Ham, Framed, or Reese, you can literally say, I'm picking Boaty. I'm picking either Boaty or Greg. I'm picking either Boaty, Greg, or Torvester. I'm picking either Boaty, Greg, Torvester, or Lake. And you're guaranteed one of them, so it doesn't matter. Like, in All-Stars 2, when I had third pick, I was just openly saying I'm picking Reese, West Ham, or Paul Kazard. So everyone's left. I'm guaranteed one, so I can just say that out loud. Doesn't matter. I just the specs and second pick Sick Nerd. Yeah, it just depends. Like, again, I think Sick Nerd is an underrated player, and I think the specs is an underrated player. But the thing is, if we locked in specs and Sick Nerd, we have 3 burgers on the team now. But does this make us a burger team or not? Because I don't really think it's a burger team, you know. It just depends, like, who would you switch out, realistically? Do you genuinely just think specs is that bad? So you get someone like Rakesy Sick Nerd instead, and specs just keeps going down the board? Specs underrated the most deaths last season? Yeah, but he was on like a full burger team, you know. It's why I think like Specs has been on a burger team twice. What happens if Specs and Sick Nerd, who have all both been on a burger team twice, are now no longer on a burger team? But the question is, if they're both on the same team, is Specs and Sick Nerd on the same team just automatically a burger team? You know, if we change it around, you know, if this was West Ham's team, is this a burger team? The PVM on that team would be very bad, though. That would be full Sick Nerd carry on PVM-wise. Because, you know, like, is that just the definition of the burger team now? Sick Nerd and Specs on the same team is automatically the burger row. I mean, that was the first 2 picks by me in the Boaty Burgers, so, yeah. I think 61 goes ahead of Specs. It's another random team that I made. But again, I can say there is a chance Sick Nerd ends up on our team. And I know if Skill Specs is available, we're picking him instantly. But again, it's like, if he's not available, let's say we had Skill Specs and Mutts. Is this a burger team, you know? Is it literally just Sick Nerd being there that makes it the burger team? Is Sick Nerd just simply put the Deadman All-Stars burger, bro, you know? Like, this is the questions, bro. Or is it Skill Specs, you know? Personally, again, for me, I think Skill Specs is underrated. I think he's great for everything Deadman related. He just doesn't have, like, the PVM. And he's not going to shake in the final, either. Is Dino going to pick it up? We made drafts, and it's based on if anyone in the draft is not picked where we think, and they come to us, we pick them. So an example is legit. If we had these picks and Skill Specs and Mutts were available, this is the team we would lock him. That is 100% the team we'd lock him if they were available. Now, I don't know if they will be, but I can tell you now, if this is the draft and these 2 are available, you already know what we're picking, and you can just literally say in the chat. "100% lock that team." It's the combination that makes it a burger team. Yeah, I know, like... Is it genuinely just the presence of Skill Specs and Sick Nerd in the same team that makes it burger? You know, can I, like... Surely I could create another burger team in somewhere. It is. Okay. So, would you say if we locked in this, that's not a burger team now? Is sitting at the party, bro? Is this not a burger team kind of thing? Because I think that's actually very good. But again, I still think the Specs would sweep Mutts up in the finale, so... Taco team. I doubt these teams happen, by the way. You take Sicknid and Relic. I think there's a chance we're going to take Sicknid, but it's not a 100% lock, you know? The 100% locks are if someone picked very early comes to us. Skill specs would be a 100% lock from us, I believe. But yeah, if it came back round and... Frame's going to pick him or Sync. Yeah, we have a big theory that Sync's going to be picked here. So again, if this draft did actually play out... Let's just say that goes there. If this draft played out like this, like in a way, we would just lock Mutsin straight away. That's how it works for us. You know, that's why I don't mind saying who we're picking guaranteed. We don't expect them to be there, so it doesn't matter. If they are there, we're just going to pick them. Because we don't choose our last pick, so it's irrelevant, you know? And then the question is, if we locked in something like Mutch and Shikner, which I think is the team one before, you know? No point in taking Sync on the second row for Frame, because he's not getting picked before Frame gets his third pick. I mean, not necessarily true. Although, is it true, you know? Does Pip get locked in here by West Ham, or does West Ham slurp up... Wait, where's Sync? Oh, he's there. You know, maybe West Ham slurp Sync up there, man. Right, my champ level's 80 right now. That's all. Do we start from scratch? Yeah, we start from scratch. It's basically, we're on a Deadman world where every single player is going to be online at the same time doing shit, bro. I'm telling you, mate, the amount of people that are going to stream snipe to not get killed in multi. Someone's going to be doing a Slayer task like this right now, and then we're going to do a wildy hit, and they're going to be like, oh, guys, I've got a ghost. It's going to happen, bro. Get ready, bro. Get ready. Robots, pizza here, bro. 61 is easily top 4 PKs over Dino. Dino would polish 61M up, man. Come on, bro. You preferred the All-Stars where the players didn't look at the daily upload videos? I put that as a suggestion. A lot of people were very happy for it. Nothing confirmed, though. I do believe we'll be allowed to watch it. I just don't like that because I think that's unofficial stream sniping. If, like, our team has a strategy to kill, let's say we go Corp Beast for Blessed Spirit Shields. If we have a video of us getting an Arcane, teams can soon be like, oh, should we check Corp? And then they run in and we're there, and then we get reset based on information from a video. I really don't like it personally, but I think, yeah, it's not going to stop. All-Stars 1 in the burgers, we didn't watch anything at all except for, like, donated dying to West Ham. Hey, let's go co-op just around for exactly, you know. It's like if you're committing to a big grind, like I don't know, co-op's the main one. The chat hoppers who suggest where to PK. Yeah. Hey man, you should check the Relica Slayer Cave. Kurasks at the end are really good. Meanwhile, Curtis is there, bro. Oh no. Mate, I still don't understand this image that I was sent, bro. Like, this is the teams. Look at Reese's team. Reese, Greg, 61M, V the Victor, Munch. Come on, bro. Simmons have a chat where you put in chat's name for everyone to ban? I don't know, bro. No, no, it's the Oda POV. Oh, at the end of the day, Oda's chat's just pure friggin' amulets going off, but you'll always have a guy that's like, hey, Oda, you should check 27 squares east, because that's where Curtis is right now. Oh, it's not the actually, it's the people most likely percentage chance to be on that captain's team. Oh. Oh, okay, I kind of get this now. I think the Reese one, oh yeah, most likely to be on that team. Okay, I kind of get it now. So I'm 94% Dino. I guess he did say he's going to pick me, so. So when it says framed has a 62% chance to sync on the team, it doesn't mean that sync gets picked first, right? It's just that there's a 62% chance that sync is going to be on frame's team. And the pick order is irrelevant. Right, I get this now. The brain's whirring, bro. I don't want... Boaty Coxy sick nerd, Mr. Mammal, mate. Bigger team. You remember Reese? I've actually put you on Reese's team in a lot of my drafts. I could see Reese going for you. I can't remember what I built though, man. Oh, I just realized, bro, in the actual All-Stars, I've got a prayer flame. I think Reese or Pep in 3-4 most likely. Who's the most overrated? Yeah, I'd say Vidovic is most overrated, but you know. Yeah. We'll find out who the most overrated is, bro, when the tournament starts, mate. I mean, last pick on Dynasty, I beg, honestly. Like, never happening, let's face it, but... Oh. I'm just hoping someone underrated as Def comes to us, but I think apparently every single draft is putting the farmers last, so I think there's a 99% chance that we're going to have either Curtis, Mammal, or Foe. I think the odds are towards Foe, but I think maybe not anymore. So I think people are saying it's going to be Curtis or Mammal, you know. Hopefully we get the big Mammal. Yeah, Curtis, you're winning big. Yeah, I'll be happy with any of them three if that actually ends up happening, you know. Imagine it's Alfie, bro, you know. I mean, Alfie's great as well, but imagine Alfie was the very last pick, how sad he'd be, bro. Like, Alfie was apparently well mad in the last draft when no one was picking him, bro. And he got picked last and he was like, what? He was so mad. Alfie's not bad. No, I know Alfie's great. I'm just saying hypothetically. Don't forget that Mammal pulled up to Black Chins last year and bullied you to tell him. I had no gear on me. And he had a whole team waiting east. He told me that. The whole of the Torvesta Titans were to the east. That whole team came up to try and bait me into multi, and I just insta-left, bro. So I actually won the play with the full knowledge of what was going on. Yeah, even that Laren's key, mate, you know. I'm a blighted ancient shack as well. I'm so curious to who's going to be just, like, insane value, bro. There's always someone that's underrated, you know? Like, imagine, like, again, Rakesy just comes to, like, here or something, bro. And then let's give West Ham, like, Pip, bro. Like, imagine dealing with... Oh, no monkeys. No, let me throw Pip there and then, like, Coxie or something there, you know? Imagine dealing with that shit, bro. Yeah, Rakesy... The reason why Rakesy's so underrated is that's why he's won twice already. Because his team's already pretty cracked out, and then he just goes so far back, you know, the team gets like this tank at the end, you know. Be the victim, Sync, No Monkey, Rakes will be late picks, but great picks. Agreed on all of them. Sync or No Monkey's the gamble with no experience, but again, I think they will still bring good shit to the table. How good was solo data pure spam on paper? Very good, but remember, All-Stars 2 draft was trolled by Torvest, so that team should have never occurred. Torvesta locked in Eliop and Lake, and he should never have done it. Torvesta should have been locking in pure spam and like Mika or pure spam and doobies or something. So that's why in season whatever, first of all, the draft was trolled twice in season 2 actually. Because Specs didn't pick Reese, who's the best pick there. Not saying Perp's like garbage, but Reese said to Specs, don't pick me. And then Torvesta trolled his back-to-back pick. So all the teams kind of got a power spike in a way. You know, me and Port was saying that maybe we choose Lake because we wanted the Ocean team, you know. And then he got picked by Torvesta second, I think it was. We were like, what? And then we saw that friggin' they had Solo and Oda had free reign of like Mika and pure spam. We were just there like, what? So yeah, we were troll draft. The Ocean team? Yeah, because obviously Lake isn't in any way bad. It's just the fact that he never played Deadman in Season 2, which is why his stock is way higher in Season 3. You know, he's going to argue top pick. Reese did that, now he gets to be captain and gets the best pick spot. I don't know. I still think West Ham has the best pick spot, but... Again, if I nibble some teams around a bit. Wait, what am I doing? It's that. Based on framed with a troll pick, that's gone. 61M goes there, I think it was, and it's Mika and... Who was it? Doobies. Let's say Reese here nabs in the good old victim. And then, honestly, could probably get Rakesy here, you know? Yeah, that's actually pretty horrible. Look at that Reese team, bro. Wow, someone has said 4th is best? No farmer? No farmer. No farmer, oh my god. The Mammal disrespect? People are saying Mammal's last pick, bro. You know? I'll take the Mammal at the end, bro. This team won't be accurate anymore because we changed some shit around. But... I don't think C Engineer can ever really go to beyond this point. I can't see Framed not choosing C Engineer here. I really can't. It doesn't even matter. You know, even if Mammal's picked up there and Curtis comes here. This is why, like, this all depends on if Foe is picked by Oda or Perp or something for strats and shit, you know? Like, let's say they have this team. Oh, no, they'd have EVscape here, wouldn't they, you know? Pip's taking the Mammalian over Foe. I think so as well. Yeah. I don't think Mammal goes last pick. I still think we'll end up with Foe. Yeah, Reese picking Rakesy before Victim. Not on this roster. I'd be surprised because this needs PVM, you know. I'll be honest, V, if you're on this team, bro, good luck, man. It's a very good team, I think, but you're going to be doing a lot of PVM, bro. Oh my, it's like the deadest weight team on PVM, bro. I don't think that ever happens. Surely there's like a Mutts instead there or something. Who did I just take out? Was it 61M? I don't know where he's gone now, but... Plot twist, draft order gets reversed tomorrow. There is actually a plot twist, which I think I'm allowed to say now, and that's basically that this is the new draft. There's been some things that went on behind the scenes, and this is a draft. And obviously, there's no reason for that to be there if I was telling piping, so... What picks do you need? Someone for Doom and that's it? We're kind of chilling in all honesty. Ideally, we get a PK, so if 61M comes to us, we just lock him in. If Skill Specs comes to us, we lock him in. And then that would open up our window for the next pick. You know, at the end of the day, if the PVM that everyone's doing is Perilous Moons, you don't need to be good at PVM to do it. If you need to do TOA, Dino is actually good at TOA. And then if you have to do Doom, I can do Doom, you know. So that would be sorted, assuming you did all that. Then other things like that. If you had to do TOB, let's say, you know, then it might fall off a bit more. TOA and Doom are the only hard PVM. That's assuming you do those, yeah. Because there's arguments where you could be like, if you have a good team of PVMers, is TOB worth it for 5 of Vernix? You know, a good team at top could get 5 of Vernix in, what, like 3 hours, maybe? Like, let's say we go, what was that, the gamble pick, you know? If we go the gamble pick, because, like this, if we had me, No Monkey, and Sync on a team, hypothetically, and let's just say Foe last, we could easily go do 4-man Tobs and get 3 defenders in probably like 4 hours. And that is probably so ridiculously worth. But again, I don't know if Tob is trolling in All-Stars. It's very hard to say. You think both is worth it? 10 hours for a crystal set and a Bofa. Is that 10 hours of CG? Because you have to remember you need to do the quest. The questing's not bad, because it took me like 7 hours to do it from pure scratch in Gridmaster. And it would be faster in this one. Wait, no. Gridmaster was like 1000x experience, though. Oh, shit. Yeah, never mind. Bofa, I think a team might consider Bofa, but I don't think it's good, in all honesty. Give thanks to the non-experienced PKs, you'll do well. Yeah, it is about delegating the gear, because that's one thing I think we did on the Brawlers so well. You know, we had one VLS. We gave it to Port, who was our middle fire, because we thought, our theory was, if I spec my fight, who's going to be West Ham, Torvesta, Oda, anyone good, I'm probably specking him off on Prey Melee every time. So we gave it to Port, and you get a VLS spec off Prey Melee, you get some big momentum. And that went beautifully. And then I think we had a Void Waker that we gave to Doobies, but he did get it. So yeah, the way we played our finale on the Brawlers, I think, was very well played. And then I think we had 3 Dragonfire shields, and we gave it to the bottom 3, I think. Yeah, it was the bottom 3 at the DFSs. And then the HCB went to me, and I bolted a lot of zeros. Greg won't make it to Oda because Reese will take him. Reese takes Torvesta over Oda, I think. If Frame doesn't lock in Torvesta, then I think Torvesta goes to Reese, almost guaranteed. Ugh. Oda paid for my position? He did, mate. Paid Dino 50 bill to swap. Dino took the 50 bill, said TY, :P, and locked down. Yeah. Would Greg take Torvesta or Greg? Greg takes... Sorry, Reese takes Torvesta over Greg, I think. They're good friends in real life and all that shit. I'm telling you, chat, Reese is playing for a win, and he's gonna get so mad when his team crumbles. Oda picks first, you're pretty much guaranteed. No, Dino has the first pick. He said no after watching Torvesta's PVM video. Yeah, what is this Torvesta PVM video? Did he upload a PVM video before All-Stars and then basically just show that he's like F-tier PVMer or something? I don't think anyone's taking Nesty, though, based on any level of PVM, you know? It's like taking Greg for PVM. You just don't. You put them in PK game. But that's why if, like, again, Reese picks like this. Like, he is almost, like, forced to take Mutz here. He needs a PVM, you know? You know, like, if it was this situation and he locked in... I don't know where 61M went off my job, but he locked in 61M here, and then the team ended up being Be the Victim and Rakesy, you know? Like, you're so in the bin on PVM at that point. Like, you would actually have to have Be the Victim go and do everything, and he has 120 hours to do it, man. 3-3-4. Nest is gone, bro. Who would you take if the choice is Eevescape or Nesty? I would take Nesty over Eevescape. You have to remember that me, if I was a captain, I can do PVM, you know, and I'm going to get another PVMer. 2 PVMers is good, 2 PKers is good, you know. What's my favorite change this year? Getting full drops from God Wars seems nice. I don't think full drops from God Wars is that good, because you still need to roll the hill. For Nex, it's a bit nice, actually, if Nex becomes realistic. What's my favorite change? I don't really know. I'm starting to lean more towards that I like the Arim's removal change, though. But it's still a hard one. I hate the flashing. ZCB gonna shred? Yeah, I know, like, on paper, Nex would be good, but is Nex even realistic, you know? The only, like, there's not really many PVM sigils. You gotta kind of hope if you do chambers for prayer scrolls, you just somehow nab 2 T-bows and take them to Nex with Gunslinger. That'd be pretty crap. But there's no titanium sigil. You can't just buy brews or anything. I'm not that well versed in Nex, so I don't really know, but I feel like it's a brew drainer, and getting brews is really hard in All-Stars. So even then, I do think Nex is, like, questionable. It is if a team does go to Nex, though, and ends up spooning a ZCB, they just peace out and give it to your main guy, you know? If a team 1K sees a ZCB and it's Oda's team and they give it to Oda for the finale, you're in the bin, bro. You can duel? Yeah, I know you can kill Nex with fangs and shit, but I'm talking the brews. Brews in Deadman All-Stars are incredibly hard to get. You have to have everyone doing, like, birdhouse runs and toadflax farm. You can't just go buy 100 off the G and send Nex, you know? If you get brews, how long does it take to get brews for 1 Nex trip? That might be, like, 3 kills. And then I think the drop rates for Nex is, like, 40 kills to get, like, a good item. So, yeah. Why is there no titanium? There's no titanium because if there was, and you had, like, titanium restoration and shit, people could legit endlessly kill monsters and never be anywhere else in the game, especially in instances. No, there's no PVM sigils at all. Swashbuckler and Fang. No, I'm not saying that, you know. There's you can kill Nex. It's just like, what do you use? If you need to take brews and restores to go bop Nex because you have no damage reduction from the attacks, how do you get the brews and restores? You can't just buy them off the G. And you have to remember that you only have 120 hours to play. So you have to literally be looking into things like birdhouse runs on Fossil Island and toadflax farming. Then you've got to take into account how much time that is and how many Nex kills you're going to get with it. Is it actually worth it on paper, you know? I would say if you do it and get 5 ZCBs, 5 Ancient God Swords into the finale, bro, it just depends if the VLS is still just better, though. And Morrigan Throwing Axes are 4-tick in the finale. So and no sigils if you're running Fang, Moriax, and VLS. You know, it would be a waste of time. So it's just things like that. But yeah, that's just like one thing really there. Doom is different, you know. Avernic Tread's being good. Doom is a 0 damage boss borderline. You know, you go to Doom and you've got, I don't know if you'll have anti-venoms, but you do that and just have someone that's good at delving and they don't take any damage. They're kind of chilling. No void though. But yeah, Doom is one to also consider. How good or how long would it take to get 5 Avernic Treads into the final? How good is it? The fact that you should get 5 Confliction Gauntlets. But yeah, like imagine Wydega. Wydega in the draft and Doom, bro. He'd literally get them all in one trip, mate. But Doom's also dangerous. If you die, that Scorching Bow's gone, assuming you do that. Again, though, it's like if you do some chambers in any way and spoon a T-Bow, Doom becomes so much more viable. Although you'd still need the Scorching Bow. If you die Doom and get PK'd in the lobby before getting Grave, what happens to the Grave Loot? I don't know, but you'll still lose 3 items, which is Scorching Bow and some of the shit, so... Unable to find Scammer. My buffet here. Can't we see Moons frothing with people? Yeah. Moons is going to be a bit spooky, bro. But yeah, I would say I think every team, like things I will say, every team is going to be considering Desert Treasure pre-Breach 1. Is every team going to Breach 1? I cannot say that. I do not know. Is any team going to skip to do Moons during the Breach? I can see that, you know. But I also don't think you get 5 sets of Blue Moon. Because if you get Blue Moon out the way, you deposit box it for the entire event, and Moons is just done. Wait, hold on, bro. Oh, I'm not on a team, am I? Let's check the Nugget one. Wow! Magic logs, bro. Someone's... What? Yes, man. How did I not know that was there? Oh, my boy. Someone's been raided. Right, chat. Where are greater demons in the wilderness that are the highest combat? Or is this literally Anakal only? Right, so at the very beginning of the game, I can get... Oh, I have to buy this. It's not free, is it? Black Demon Edge. What? There's greater demons there? Nah, bro. I'm gonna slay Kev. How do I get there? Is it there? Oh, man. Mr. Milk? What am I doing? I'm just trading an account. I should be almost done now. I kind of want to get like base 80s or something. The rest will come through with this shit. And then I'll probably go chin range quickly because that shouldn't take too long. Most of my like... Most of my like actual like practice and shit will be done off stream, so I can't really stream the real strats. Imagine I went live and just ran my strat by mistake instead of recording something. No, about that time I could consider. Right, where are the greater demons? Why do I feel like there's no greater demons down here? They have to be there, right? Dust Devils, Black Dragons, unless they're this one. Let me check. I haven't ever killed a greater demon down here. Green dragons. Scrolling as the names. Ah. Wait, what? Bro, I thought they were black dragons. Let's own some demons, laddie. Wait, what level are these? So they have 100. Right, let's see if these drop a tier 5. I think that got nerfed from Wildy Slayer, though. It's actually a really good task to get for today. This will actually give me some updates. Oh, shit, I should get Piety. How many quests for King's Ransom? Where is King's Ransom? Man, a rune full already? Is this the All-Stars test server? It is indeed, sir. Yes, sir. We are just leveling an account to test some PVM at later dates. All my real strats and shit I will have to do off stream and all that. So yeah, my streaming schedule is going to be really shit at the moment, by the way. Oh man, printing. When's the top grind starting discount? I don't know if I'm doing top in All-Stars at all, but we'll see. Salutations to the honorary 5th row, aka Bloaty. That's true, guys. If you type Bloaty in the chat, a 5th rower gets locked in on Perp's team. There you go, bro. That is the Bloaty right now. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Ever a fan of Harvey McKay? Never heard of him. Yeah, Siphon Hardcore, I genuinely don't play my Hardcore again until July. Because when I get back from All-Stars, Chicago, I will be... My streaming room is getting renovated, so I don't think it'll be ready then. And I've got an event immediately after in Spain I have to go to. Then when I get back from that, it's the day before Blood Moon Rises, which is the 30th of June, which is a Tuesday, and I still don't get it. And then obviously I'll do Blood Moon Rises for a bit on the main. And then the hardcore will return in the middle of July. And I get to switch the scythe. Oh, I also don't use the scythe immediately. I've got to train Slayer. Smoke of the hardcore is a signature, and I'm not going to ban it. Removing the aircon? No, we're getting new aircon. The whole room's getting shredded apart. I'm actually very excited. I will not show anyone the concept to the streaming room, but you guys have seen this room for 10 years, bro. It's going to be turned into a cool concept. Although I think I've already mentioned, I'm basically renovating the whole room to like a whiskey, bourbon, cigar lounge kind of vibe, which will be the backdrop to my stream. I'll be still exactly where I am, but that whole backdrop's going to be different. Concept might be like a whiskey cabinet there, instead of like seats and shit. Maybe a fire pit or something. I don't know. Yeah, the whale will be gone. The whale will be gone. Can we get the old room with the brick wallpaper? Nah. That's my parents' house. I had a dream I was at my parents' house yesterday. It's weird that anytime I dream of being in my parents' house, every time I remember it exactly as it was, but it's different now because the people that bought it renovated it, and it went up for sale at one point, and I remember me and my brothers were looking at it to see what had changed, and it was so weird. The only other thing I have is I always have dreams that I go into the cellar or the basement, and I go through a secret door I never knew was there, and it enters in some mansion that my parents kept quiet about. Leave the interior to a professional. It's been designed already, and the concept's been signed off. No contracts have been signed or anything yet, but I'm hoping they come around in the next few days to do like a consultation of the room again, and then it's kind of like work out if they can start on the 16th, which is just so perfect for me to start on the 16th, because when they start, it's a 2-week project, and that's 2 weeks I can't stream. So if they start on the 16th and I'm already in Chicago for 9 days and then I'm away again immediately after for a couple more days, it's a perfect timing to do it. Because that means realistically, I'm only going to lose about 3 days of streaming instead of 14. So that's why I'm kind of over it. 2 weeks? Yeah, I think like between my last stream of Deadman All-Stars and the 15th of June, my next stream will be the 30th of June, which will be the other one. So I will miss half a month. But out of those days anyway, I'm away in Chicago for like 8 days. So I generally can't stream 8 of those 15 days anyway, and then there's another 3 days that I can't stream. So it's like 11 days out of the 15 days I can't stream anyway. So that's why it's the perfect timing if they can agree to the time. I don't know yet if they can, but I'll find out, man. Why did Dino just send me a message saying he's first picking Megan? What? Oh, Sitner dropped out. Sitner dropped out, replaced by Megan. Dino's no longer picking me. Shit. All right, West Ham. Let's go, bro. Bro, someone needs to make a fake mock draft and just literally add 5 female creators so I can make a fake one. Let's pump Dino's team out there. Yo, Benjamin! 5 gifted, my bro. $25 in the bin right there, sir. Yeah, thank you very much, sir, for the gift today. You didn't need to do that, but you did, my bro. Thanks, mate. Who's our winners today? I'll actually read them out, you know, might as well. The Real DMC, Anonymous Dumpling, Zandvlieg, Zerket, and Chibi Gobbledo. Want to see 25 more go to bin? Yeah, go on, man. Minus $25. 10 gifted like that, chat. That's pork scratching sport for the week. Yeah. It is what it is, bro. Right, let's do another draft, you know. Why is Reese's one so big compared to the rest, you know? Milk, thanks for the 25. Gifted. Winners today are the people that won, which I will read out right now, which is Prison Soap, Popov, Reno, Alex, Chalielli. Thanks for the gifted, laddie. Team's fault. Yeah. Odie gets 2 picks in a row? Yes, he does, mate. He does. 2 in a row? Tier 1. Okay, so I think Tier 5s have been removed from Wilderness Slayer. Because last time on the Brawlers Bride, every single player on the Brawlers having the full prayer books on day 2. But that's not going to be a thing this time. Yo, Fossil, mate, 50 months, mate, sure. Only if Wook's in them on All-Stars? Wook's in All-Stars? I don't really know where he'd be picked. He would be definitely cracked on the theory crafting, great for the PVM. But it depends if he'd PvP in it. But I don't think Wook's will ever be in the All-Stars. I don't think he plays much and would not want to commit those hours, I don't think. The Brawlers deserved a little bit better RNG. Mate, imagine, bro. I think no one beats the Snakes, though. They had 4 Ramparts on them. I think we had 0 Ramparts, if I remember correctly. Maybe Pip had a Rampart, actually. But that was a busted sigil for the last finale. Range was basically just trash, you know. I'm pretty sure, like, Morrigan Javelins are just 0s every time. I did not. We had 0 Ramparts. Alright, Pip, how you doing, bro? Are you ready for this little draft here, mate? There we go. Nice draft here, guys. You know, that's what we're hoping for, by the way. If Pip is first picked by West Ham, then West Ham has trolled the draft and we will win, man. I still see this happening, actually. Because I feel like if you have West Ham and Lake on the team, which is very possible, everything's already covered, you know. Then if they get Pip, like, they're going to still get some disgusting team, bro. Every West Ham team I make is so ridiculous. With the starting sigils, can you one-shot players at the start? Yeah, so you start off with aggression and consistency. And if you then fire strike a player or wind strike with 13 magic that takes 5 seconds, it should round up to a 10 max hit. But I do believe almost every player will have 11 hit points by the same time people run around, because I think 13 mage is roughly 11 hit points. And then, obviously, if you hit a 10 max hit, you will run out of runes eventually, and everyone's got 40 tuners off the start. So, will anyone get one banged outside of multi on the beginning? I don't think anyone that has 13 mage would attack anyone that's over level 3. If you find a level 3, then yes, they'd be hit immediately and maybe get one banged. But it's hard to say like how strong PKing is, because the Dorkson crossbow at the beginning is always good. But with sigils this time around, I really want to know like how good just legit rushing like 35 mage and firebolting with arcane swiftness would be. I just think after roughly like a few minutes has passed and shit, everyone's hit point level will be over 12 at that point, or 13, sorry, for the consistency. Oh, but then add the aggression as well would make Firebolt 14 max it. Because if any team does rush PKing to attack in singles, if the player has enough health to just heal on the tuners, I don't think they're gonna die. Yeah. See the one at 175 notable? Hey, man, at the end of the day, bro, Pip actually 1v5'd the whole load of Warriors, man. It was embarrassing for the Warriors, man. Free tick dog. Yeah, the free tick dog bow is a book. It will not be in the start, otherwise that would smoke the mage. The thing with the mage though is 37 prayers the easiest to get, and then once you got that, you don't ever die outside of multi. But yeah, there will be early PKing though, because it's a very quick way to grab some blood money. Blood money isn't good at the beginning though, because if you die, you will lose that blood money as well. You can't like get a blood money and insta buy a deck scroll on day one. It's only for the finale. So it's really interesting to see like how many teams will go super early aggressive to try and nab some blood money, or how many are just going to once again be focused on the first 7 hours to get to the breach. You know, if a team is off the radar doing some weird ass strategies and turn up to the breach with like friggin' 99 range or something and full black d'hide, then with gunslinger. It's one thing, I need to log on one of my other test accounts, actually, to see. Apparently, the Iban staff, you can get it for free, but it's the non-upgraded one. Am I right in saying the non-upgraded one will only let you do 60 casts? So I think it's 120 charges, but I want to say for some reason it counts as 2. Oh, I did get a tier 5. Wait, so tier 5s are in, unless they change it. 120. I really want to say, and I don't know why my brain's doing this, I really think this might be a massive, like, Stockholm syndrome, whatever it is. But I swear to God, the Iban staff used to have 120 charges, but casting once would be 2 charges for some weird reason. Oh, 60 in PvP. Okay, that's fine. My brain is not having a meltdown. That makes sense. Okay. When would I like a dirty martini? Whenever. I'm not going to say no. Yeah, that's fine. I just wanted to know that. Hope you encounter Mika 2 minutes in and fire strike the shower. The way it would work is if you had 13 magic and you had the wind strike runes from the start and you've enabled aggression and consistency, which I think every team is going to do. There's no point even thinking there's anything else better to do. And you see a level 3, it is worth to wind strike them. Even if you skull, it doesn't matter, you know. You're not going to lose shit at this point. You know, win strike them. I don't think you can PK people's tuners, though. If you killed someone in one shot and got like 30 tuners, it'd be actually amazing. Don't think aggression would give win strike a maximum. Yeah, come on, Pit. We all know you've tested it, mate. Don't embarrass yourself. I mean, I can test it, actually. I'll test it on stream. I don't give a shit. But yeah, I think aggression rounds up from previously playing. Wait, no, does it? No, you might be right, because if it rounds up, though, it would actually give you a max hit on a win strike as well, I want to say. Hold on, I got an email that's really good. I'll test it in a minute, Pip. You know, at the end of the day, like, every team's going to know certain shit, so I don't mind casting a few win strikes with those sigils on, because my max hit's going to be 8 anyway. If it hits a 9 and hits me max hit splat, then at least we just know, so. 10 gifted on kick, ladies and gentlemen. The Big O retired from streaming, and I'm getting all the gifted. This is great, bro. It's so sad for Reese as well, man. Damn, bro. It's so sad that Reese thought Oda retiring, he was going to get all of Oda's viewers and subs, man. He was saying that at the meal. Like, he was genuinely there, like, bro, I can't wait for, you know, and then I'm getting it all, so thanks, guys. Make sure you don't give a penny to Reese. Yeah, we all know Oda's gonna win. If I had to base who I think's gonna win based on drafts already that I've created, I'm gonna say I think when all the teams lock in, it's gonna be a hard choice between West Ham and probably Reese for the best team. Probably then followed by Oda. But every West Ham team I created was pretty good. Same with Reese, though, you know. Reese actually gets a really good team no matter what. Let's build Reese a team, bro. Like, this is a Reese team that I think could very easily happen. Actually, let's not use Rakes. Let's use someone else. Let's go with... Honestly, I could see Foe being a great addition maybe there at that point. But I think they could get a stronger team by going for maybe... I don't know if C Engineer would wrap everything up there or something, but... Because I think it'd be 3 farmers here. But do you choose, like, Curtis here to lock that in? But this is a team I could see Reese getting. And I think that's very, very good. Does No Monkey ever get picked top 7? No Monkey only gets picked top 7 if Oda Block wants to lock him in. And I think that would be a bad pick personally, so I hope it happens, because Oda, again, is going to be the hardest captain to kill. But yeah, if Oda locks in something like this, let's say, like, I think it's just, you know, like, you're kind of chilling, you know? So I'd be very surprised. No Monkey Chat is either going to be picked way too early or way too late. That's what I think, you know. Unless, obviously, Greg goes to Mika. Sorry, Greg goes to Oda, and then I think me and Dino might lock in the gamble. The Gamba. Ugh. I think your order is complete. Can you beat Oda with him having a half inventory of food? Yeah. You know, hopefully Oda turns up to the finale with, like, no anglerfish in the bank, mate, and he's got, like, swordfish or something. Is this just the time how long things take? No, I'm mainly just training my stats. I kind of want base ATs, but I can shin my defense. How did teams pick today or tomorrow? Tomorrow! Today I've got a games night with my brothers. Me and my brothers have been trying to lock in a games night forever, and the 30th is now free for me. So I'm going to be over there. And then tomorrow is draft pick, and then again, after that, it's PvP, arena practice, piss around in this server, or just root off stream and take 5 days off streaming. My streaming career is going to be pretty dead. What did I stream, by the way? Oh, no, I went away. Yeah, last All-Stars, I went away before I went live. What did I stream? Does anyone know before All-Stars 1 with the burgers? Because I built the burger strat, and I honestly think our strat was good, actually. It was good. What did I stream? Because I don't think I took days off streaming, did I? Unless I was just in the arena all day. What board games are planned? We play, like, weird ones, so I don't know what we're going to play yet, but... Elden Ring. No, I'm just trying to think, because I know All-Stars 2, after the Brawlers draft locked in, I went away because I was at Tasty's 30th in America. All-Stars 1, when I made the burgers, I made the strategy, and I remember spending ages constantly rerouting the whole thing. But I can't have streamed that. So what did I stream? Because right now, I'm not going away before All-Stars 3. So I have these, like, 5 or 6 days to do routing with strategizing. But do I just take 5 days off streaming? Surely I must have been in the PvP arena, right? Have you and Dino already discussed your picks? Yes, sir! Me and Dino's team is this. The dinosaur is going to pick me. And then we're going to pick skill specs because he's definitely going to be available. And then we're going to be locking in Sick Nerd as well. And the team, everyone's going to think is the burger team. But it's actually not the burger team. Because if we moved someone like Sick Nerd away and we invited, let's say, Coxie instead, Sick Nerd at the end of the day is better than Coxie. So this would be more of a burger team. Although if we added Rakesy, it does feel a little stronger, but it's also hard to say, mate, you know. I think, like, the general does it. Other than that, I don't think we get the specs, but I will say, chat, if the specs is available, if the specs is available, we are slurping him up, bro. You know. But yeah, like, even if we locked in, like, what was the Boaty Burgers last time? We had donated, didn't we? Yeah. The only thing, like, I mean, no, if we had this team, the only thing, I would like this team in the finale, I actually think would be quite good, because I don't think the specs is going to be steamrolled on stage by anybody in that row. But it's more like the whole feeding Dino the best gear so we can PK. Me and Sickney would have to do it, and then what is the specs going to do for a bit in the week? You know, I guess that this team would be really good for missions, actually. Although, again, if we locked in something like that, you know, or this team would be insane for missions, bro. Multi with that would actually be very correct. But we'll see. Maybe people get slept on and come to us. We're hoping some people just have some moron picks and we get, like, I don't know, bro. This would actually be a dream team here. Bro, imagine on some universe we get this, bro. It'd be so good. So good. I'm only kidding, chat. We're picking Sync. You know, we're going to pick Sync and we're going to pick No Monkey, mate. This is our team right now. And then we're also going to have Curtis. Where is he? Can't find him. Is he not there? Oh, there he is. That is the team, bro. Me, Boaty, No Monkey. Wait. Me, shit. Dino, Boaty, No Monkey, Sink, and Curtis, bro. That's the team. You know, we're going to roll to every single mission up against the Big O team. That's going to be this. And we're going to... Oh, my God, bro. Imagine dealing with that in multi. Bro, that's like 3 breaches the entire freaking thing. You know? This is why Oda does not have bad pick, bro. That is legit 3 breaches for like the entire tournament, bro. Oh, man. But then again, that's why, like, if you look at that, if we change the team and get rid of No Monkey and Sing, we can nab this team. This could be our team, you know? This would be very good for breaches the whole week, I think, you know? Do you think Eliop's on last row? No, I think a lot of the PK people that are heavy PvP are going to go earlier than most people are saying. It's just I think a lot of captains don't want to leak who they might actually go for. Oh, there's blue cheese olives. Let me tip my heavens so I don't break them. Chat, I've been delivered a dirty martini, gin-based with Roquefort blue cheese olives. How filthy is this? I get the aroma of the olives. More brand. 100 ml of brand, make it 200 ml. Yeah. Yeah, there's something about the brown we had at that place. It's just really good. Yeah, we're working it. Yeah, I'll do that. Alright, we're having a blue cheese olive chat. Roquefort blue cheese. Good olive chap. That's good. Thank you. The martini chap. I'll let the drop tomorrow. 7 p.m. I think. Might be 8 p.m. I don't know actually. The question is, do you guys think that any captain picks Rakesy or Elliot before it comes around here? Because why do I feel like this team, there's a 99% chance we can get this, and this team would be really good in multi? You know, this could actually be the Dino Nuggets right here. I do ask, though. Need some big rumors? Dinos are rumor. Yeah, dinos are rumor. It'll be good. Imagine Dino don't pick me. If Dino doesn't pick me, I don't give a shit. It is better for me not to be picked by Dino. If legit Dino locks in Greg or something, or Lake, West Ham picks me, that's better. Because West Ham has better pick slot than Dino. First pick is high stock if there's an absolute guaranteed first pick in the roster. There's not a guaranteed first pick in this roster. Port Kazard dropped out. Which means if you argue, like, at the end of the day, if you look at me and Lake, our skill sets to Deadman is exactly the same, you know? Except, obviously, Lake might just simply be better. So if you think about it, first pick is probably the same. You know, who would you rather have in your team, me or Lake? You know, it's pretty close. But because if Dino picks me and then West Ham picks Lake, if, let's just say, me and Lake bring the exact same shit to the table, which is PVM and PvP, that makes second pick better because second pick then gets another person before here, which might be another 80, you know? They lock in the big old 61M here. Look at that team now. You know, although again, if we get Rakesy here, I still think it's very solid, you know. Dino versus West Ham, but it was like Rakesy versus 61M. Pretty hard to say what would just win there. I don't think there's a steamroll either. Greg brings more to the table PvP-wise? No. Sorry to say. Straight up no, bro. Sorry, mate. Sorry, Greg. Dino said he's picking me, but again, you can say, if your first pick, you can say who you're picking. and then just lie. But I'd be surprised if the dinosaur didn't pick me. So, but yeah, like I said, if he doesn't, I don't give a shit, you know. People might be like, rip boaty, if he doesn't pick me. I don't care, I go to West Ham. But again, though, in this situation, if you did swap the teams around, let's just say, if I put Lake there and me here, which team's stronger? It just feels roughly exactly the same. PVM-wise, I would say their team is now better. Definitely PVM-wise. PvP is pretty damn close, I think, you know. But then, obviously, if they have Elliot there, let's say, who would we lock in here? Let's say we get Sicknade or something, you know. If Sicknade performs, mate, I reckon Elliot crumbles. And before you have to go to Reese's team and deal with him, I'll be deadly honest, my brother and Bill. I would love to be a Reese Rhinoceros. And people are arguing that Reese has, by far, the best pick. Order, please. Music kinda loud, then why would you move your mouth, sir? Am I afraid of getting picked last? No, I don't give a shit, man. At the end of the day, I'm gonna be on a team, bro, you know. If I end up on the burger team, you know, that's fine. Doesn't matter, you know. Am I still on creatine and peptides? I am, mate. Peptides, bro. Gonna see lots of disappointments in the finals due to the fact it's live on stage. People want me to time attention. Oh yeah, man. People are gonna be wiggling all over the place, bro. What peptides? I don't friggin' know, bro. To be fair, I went to the Arnold's with Jesse and I was devouring collagen peptides everywhere, bro. Peptide. I'm telling you, bro, the word peptide did genuinely not exist before 2026. Arsenal or PSG? Obviously PSG, bro. Most bro science take I've heard all day. I didn't even give a bro science take. Go on, what was my bro science take, Mr. Doctor? Let's see him embarrassing himself. Can't wait for this, mate. You just said you took collagen peptides. How is that bro science? I didn't say anything scientific. Come on, embarrass yourself. Wake up! You see, he's gone quiet because he realized he's embarrassed himself. Yeah. The word peptide didn't exist till 2026. How is that bro science? Bro science is when I have 30 grams of protein so that my body absorbs it all. Yeah. Yeah, man. I would have one tier 5 right now, chat with Criminal. Big grats on the sharp mower. I don't even know what that means. Pink pickled one, it was awful. Too potent, I'd have had that. I love the taste of pickled onion. Throw it out and not even provide it to me. If I could only kill 2 bosses again, what would it be? Vardorvis and Doom, I guess? High chance to get Pip in your team, and Pip's really good at that. Yeah, no, I think there's a very good chance that we have Pip on the table as well. We're just not sure right now, because I think, again, if West Ham picks Lake first, Pip then picks, just makes their team already solid, and then they have 2 more picks to actually still do, you know? But I don't know if Lake starts yapping or something and West Ham changes the plan, because, yeah, where is he, you know? Like, this team already is a 3-man team, you know, and just wins, you know? And then obviously if they do latch in, like, let's say they get Sink here or something, and then the last pick is Curtis. Where's Curtis going? You know, last pick's actually Curtis here or something, you know. Team just has 0 weaknesses. Everything's covered. Elliot, the guy who's good at nothing. Elliot's dead weight. Eliop is dead weight, chap. You know, if you pick Eliop, you've trolled. If Reese gets Greg at 60 on him, it's so good for them because of the blood money. Yeah, but how good is blood money if you turn up to the finales with what blood money can buy you, but no other gear, you know? It's hard to say. Obviously, though, if you do have some team that's disgusting in multi, could you just reset everyone over and over and over again, you know? Like, imagine how hard Deadman All-Stars would be if one team was permanently PKing. Like, think. And they're just checking everywhere over and over and over. It would be borderline unplayable. It's going to be Reese's team. Well, Reese, I think, honestly, like, Reese here, if he does get Torvesta first, which I think does happen, I really don't know if he would go another PK at him. Because let's say he does genuinely lock in 61M. This team is very good. I think we all agree. But then, like, let's just, again, hypothetically say V the Victim ends up on this team. We don't know who that last pick's going to be, but their PVM is very, very bad, you know? And even if they get a last pick of Alfie here, you know, like, is this team actually, like, that good? Why didn't Reese pick Greg? Because Greg gets chose by Framed, which is... Framed has a chance to gargle. He basically has to pick Torvesta, Greg, Lake, or myself. Yeah. You didn't hear Reese stuttering during breach calling? Hell yeah, bro. If Reese stutters the breach calling, bro, and his team get angry, they'll collapse. What about No Monkey pick 16? I feel like Reese is going to play for a big win, and he's not going to take any risk of someone, and I think he goes V the Victim any day. V the Victim's won already, has all the experience and all that shit. Oda said Framed said he's following his heart. Yeah, of course Oda said that, bro. And Oda's going to be picking Mika and Mutz first, isn't he? You know? There you go, man. Do you think Oda's going to pick Mika and Mutz? He's the best. What am I testing this account? This account is basically just leveling up, and I've got my stats now. Oh shit, I just realized with MM2 complete, everybody's got a 30 wildy telly instantly. I'm pretty sure you don't already get it. Your team's already locked in. Who do you think's our team? If I get, like, this is like a team we can definitely play. And I actually like this team. Now, let's say we remove Elliot to pull another PVMer in here. We could, like, pull, like, a Coxie in here or something. Or maybe, I don't know. If I'm honest, one thing I kind of want to happen, I don't know if Dino will be down for this, by the way, is legit. If everything on the board is just ridiculous and we go all in the gamble, you know, all in the gamble and play that team and just hope they're really good, you know. Even then, I think Be the Victim could vary as the BM. Dino doesn't need Elliot for shot calling. No, true, but having 2 shot callers, I think, is a good idea. But other than that, it could be a Rakesy Be the Victim. Like, this team is good. And I don't see V or Rakesy being off the board by the time it comes around. You know, even then, if we get Rakesy here and Pip comes down here because they went No Monkey or some shit here, you know. Let's say Sync was there. You know, even this. So, yeah. Picking ours, we have a big line of people we want to choose. And again, it's just if somebody gets slept on and, like, Mutz comes around to us, we're just going to insta-pick Mutz. Skibbizzle. Right, where's me black chins? Oh, I've got rigor, mate. Nice. Anything else I need for chilling? 2 callers is huge because half-time down and get hard focus. I think the way to win, is just kill the shot caller. Take the shot caller out. If they go to backup caller, that's no idea what they're doing. If Dino dies and I'm backup caller, you know, you guys can just type a giggle down. You know what's happening. Dead. That's why if we have 2 shot callers in the team, who do they focus? If Dino got focus, hypothetically, on our team, if we had Elliot, Dino could just say, Elliot, take over. And Elliot would immediately switch on and be perfect. That's why I think 2 shot callers in a team could actually be a big advantage. It does depend, though, you know. I don't know. I feel like if I learned shot calling, I'd be very good at it, you know. Even yesterday when I casted with Ian, I noticed a stack or a clump based on the XP drop of skill specs. Or Foe it was. Foe casted a barrage and got a 190 XP drop, and I immediately realized that the person was pathing into a clump. Everyone was seed pod, but it's not a safe zone. That's a good point, actually. Oh no, the Grand Tree, though, is not multi, but... What? I fell! Man, imagine a team camp in there, bro. Draft this tomorrow. Hope it's drama-free this year. Not a chance, mate. I would say right now, though, because the event's bigger than ever, if there's any players that are giving bad vibes off in any way, they might not be invited back. I could see that occurring to try and create more, like... Imagine every team was a pure vibe team, plus we're also stacked. Bro, I'm 58 agility, mate. Will Solo want to do another if it's a shit show? I'm going to say this, and I'll bet any money. Deadman All-Stars will never be discontinued, ever. It will be running for the remainder of RuneScape's life. As for the rosters and stuff, if they ever create a roster that's just so perfect, it might never change until new big dogs come to the scene, you know? But yeah, I could see, like, if anyone's just, like, a bad vibe in a team, they might not be invited back, you know? At the end of the day, Ditter's not invited back, and one of the things is if you win, you're guaranteed an invite back. Ditter was still dropped, so they can obviously do that rule more than once. Yeah, Reese is going to be the one cancelled this time, because he's going to get mad as shit when he does a call in multi, and Torvesta runs off, bro. Any creators you'd like to see in the coming years participate in All-Stars? Yes, I want to see more PvP creators. So I want to see people like Petter invited, Stu invited, Tommy, Mint Mad Cow, Legendarium, Harry apparently is another one. Just anyone that does PvP heavy content deserves to be in an All-Stars more than people that play Iron Man, in my opinion. You have to have a balance of big names, popular creators, Iron Man, PKers, but then you also can spend a lot of time on the invites based on the draft. If you, and someone like Solar Mission is very well dialed into this community and will know how to make sure a draft is not going to be way too overpowered. If you created a hypothetical draft where we had a player like Petter in the roster and you give Odablock first pick, who's his next 2 picks? And you have to build it around there to just see if first pick is just disgustingly strong for a specific player. And just make sure that it's fair in a way. Which would be pretty hard to do, but with an event the size of All-Stars now, I think the time invested to do that would be 100% worth it. So. 8 teams of 5. I would also not mind seeing All-Stars changing to being... Hold on, let me turn this off. 6 teams of 6. 6 teams of 6 would actually work completely fine. Adding a 7th team or an 8th team would be terrible, in my opinion. It would be too hard to play, too much third party in, and it would be very unfun for a lot of people in a lot of moments. A lot of people, I think, if you added more teams, the biggest feedback after that would be remove the extra teams. Adding a 6th player to teams and having 36 players, I think doesn't change anything, in all honesty. I think it would just completely... You could literally add 6 teams of 7, and it'd be fine. It just depends how the pick order works on 6 teams, you know? Do you have to, like, randomize the final remaining 6 players? Assuming that they're all B tier on paper? How would that work if there's actually not a B tier and someone disgustingly cracked that somehow slipped through the radar? Which is never going to happen. We don't know that right now. You know, do you do the same snake draft and there's 6 players left over that weren't picked, which would be the weakest 6 in the roster, and then randomly assign them? Rip to those 6, by the way. I'll be one of them, man. Why are you playing Deadman already? Because I can and you can't, Dolphin. You know? Does that make you very angry? Because it should. Right now, chat, none of you can play this server. You know? And there's no exceptions, bro, you know? Hopefully there's no competitors in the chat right now, because if so, they can come and DC me my head off right now, and I'm dead. Actually, I think there's a rule where you can't attack each other, so... Boaty, hope you get picked last. Yeah, well, that's called playing hope chess, bro. Type of guy to try and do a scholar's mate in chess every single time, bro. Terrible way to play. Hoping that I get picked last when we all know I'm not getting picked last because Dino's already said he's picking me first. Unless you lied, to be fair. Fair enough, it is still possible. You know, I'm piping around pipe. Do you plan on streaming every hour? Yeah, most likely. What's my thoughts on 1013 getting an invite? Honestly, I would love to see 1013 get an invite. I would actually love to see a Deadman All-Stars in the future just have, like, so many cracked player killers dotted around. And then, obviously, it just depends, you know, like, does 1013 would never pass the background check, by the way. Like, never put him. What about Skidler? I think there's a high chance he gets picked in the second round. I highly doubt Skidler goes beyond Perp's second pick. I would place a big bet that he's going to end up on Oda's team on the double pick, or he's ending up on Perp's team as the second pick. Yeah. Other than that, if he gets slept on and comes all the way around to the Nuggets, mate, like I said, we predict Skidler to be picked early. But anyone that we predict to be picked early that does not get picked early is a guaranteed pick by us. So again, we build all these drafts, and somehow if skill specs and Skidler are available, we would lock them both in immediately without question. The only question if somehow the draft gets so ridiculously trolled that we then have another name in the equation, which is like Skidler and Mutz. Skidler, Mutz, and skill specs, because we would love to play with the specs, but locking in Skidler and Mutz would probably be the most disgusting team. Solo mission hiring hitmen content creators who are Terminators at PvP and not in the event, just wander around a couple hours a day and hit every person they see. I'd be honest, bro. Who are these hitmen, bro? Because they're going to stream snipe to find people to create content, man. No way. But it's a good idea, bro. If they legit had pure spam running around and he could hit you if he finds you and he just literally runs around looking for people in the most obscure spots. You know, pure spam is someone I highly doubt would ever, under any circumstances, stream snipe. He's friends with, like, the entire roster. He'd never cheat to kill someone. So, yeah, that would actually be a cool idea, though, based on the... You'd have to choose right, though, and I think pure spam would be perfect for it. You know, because he would, one, be quite hard to tank. You could maybe make it, though, that he's not allowed to roam into any multi-combat area unless passing through multi to get to singles. So he can only hit you in a single combat area. So if I was here and pure spam ran in, he's just looking around, you know, and he can't hit me. Boaty, you realize if Mika doesn't get picked up by Oda, there's a high chance he falls to West Ham and Greg or West Ham and Lake. Do you really want to deal with that? I don't know. So, let's okay, back to another draft, guys. It's been about 20 seconds since our last draft, guys. So if we go back. Sorry, let me fix it. There we go. Okay. So again, if we go with the usual standard predictions. No, I think it's hold on, let me go back through if I'm like I make this team straight away, I don't think it yeah, it never comes to us though, that's the thing. Like, assuming that he doesn't pick up, let's just say he really wants Mots and Doobies. Let's just say he really wants this. You know, I could definitely see this. This Reese pick's hard, though, because Reese, Greg, do they just go glass in? You know, to be honest, I would not want to deal with that team, and I think Reese would know that. There's a difference in the psychology as well to certain teams if you have specific picks. And the psychology of Reese, Greg, and 61M on one specific team in a breach or a mission or anything multi, you do not want to go near that. And they know that. You know, Odo, Doobies, and much, that's fine. You know, Pert, Skidler, Specs, that's fine. Reese, Greg, 61M, absolutely not. And then Framed and Torvesta here, I don't see Mika getting past that. I really can't see Mika getting past that. They have the shot caller now. They know Mika very well. Big YouTube team here as well. I really can't see it. If this did happen, though, who would West Ham be picking here, do you reckon? Or let's just say Mika goes there and Sync goes there, hypothetically. Oh, yeah, Pip, of course. Yeah. I honestly think this is going to happen, bro. I really think this is going to happen. It annoys me because it's like, if you look at every team... Hold on, let's go through every team if this hypothetically gets made. Let's just whack us around. Okay, we get Mika, actually, so I would be more than happy, actually, for this to happen. I don't think it will, but... In all honesty, I think our team is just as solid. I don't think there's any weakness on our team. There's no weakness on that team. This team, Sync doesn't have the PvP experience in Deadman, so that drops it tiny bit of solid, but very good team. This team has no PVM. This team, again, they've got Caller, PVM, plus, yeah, I think solid team. And then they don't have a caller here, maybe, or a shot caller for multi. So Oda here would have to basically need Ellie up. And then we would have the chance to take everyone here. You know, look at that. Imagine we lock this in, bro. Every shot caller on one team. You would not want, like, this is another psychology thing, you know. This team here, you don't want to mess with that. But with our team, it doesn't matter if you kill our shot caller, because there's another one. If you kill that shot caller, there's another one, bro. So imagine that comes about round here. But then obviously things would continue on. So let's say Coxie goes there. I could see Sick. I think Torvesta knows Sicknerd's good. I'm just going to keep whacking Vida Vix. Actually, let's say they go the YouTube team, which is obviously a bit different. But... No Monkey would 100% be nabbed by the big O here. And then what? No Monkey Alpha? EV-Skate would 100% be going there. And then Reese would maybe go Foe. Yeah, Reese would go Foe here, I truly think. Which would give C-Engineer to Framed, and then irrelevant these picks. It's either one of the two, but yeah. What was the question someone asked, actually? Oh, yeah. Was it if Mika somehow gets skipped? Yeah, I don't think this happens, but... I mean... I would say right now, I don't think this draft is impossible. I think this could be possible, you know. I don't see this being an impossible draft. Very unlikely, of course. I do see this being possible. The question is obviously if Mika was on the board coming here, if they want a shot caller. And if we just swap the two names here, but then swap Ellie up and Pip, which I can't be asked doing. Yeah, I could see that being possible, but very unlikely. Very unlikely. All I will say is if Mika is available for our pick, I would be... Even though Dino wants to shot call, I just want to play with Mika so bad. And I do think he is a pretty solid pick to just pick him. I'd actually be pretty... I mean, regardless, if Mika's available, he could be 12 or 13. So... Frame trades pick 3, Torvesta, and 15, Rakesy for 6 and 7. Doobie's Mutts? I don't know about that, bro. West Ham and Dino want passing on Mutts. Mika? Yeah, if Mika's available, like I say, there's so many drafts I've made, I don't think Mika ever comes to us, and if he does, we're just going to pick him, you know, so it's fine. But that is maybe the only draft I think I've created that actually could be realistic. I think it's the only draft that could be ever realistic to Mika to come over to us. Ignoring anything beyond. But does Oda block... I mean, again, like, if Oda block locked in 61M here, I can easily see Mutts just going there. But then, obviously, would West Ham ever not choose... Would West Ham give us Pip at this point for Mika? That would be the question, basically. It's just, this is the question. Except I think it would be, like, that kind of situation instead. But no, I don't think it's an impossible world for Mika to come to us. I think it's very unlikely. But yeah, if Mika's available, insta-pick, you know. Perp Tune trolling? I think Perp wants to play... The Perp team's not bad, though, because, like, there's no way EVscape does not get picked by Perp in the last pick if, like, that is the team. There's just no way. Even if he wants Mammal, it's got to be a Mammal / EVscape angle. And if you had to choose between the two, I feel it's EV 100%. Because this team would be the biggest vibe team. This would, like, the Boaty Burgers, people say is the best vibe team ever, you know. And I made that team. This team would clear it, like, within an hour, bro. It'd be so good to watch. I'd drop out for Roydy to take my spot just so I can freaking watch that team. This Reese team, though, I do think's very potential. Like, I'm looking at all these teams, and I don't think any of these teams are impossible to actually be created. Like, does anyone think that these teams are impossible? I think it's more, like, very possible. Unlikely again, but I think it's very possible this could actually occur. I think everything really depends on the framed pick. Oh, at the end, impossible, surely? I think this team here, like... These last changes are kind of like, whatever. It's more like just going to... The best way to draft, I think, is just kind of going on... Sorry, this is the team I was building. That is the team. I don't think those teams are impossible. And if that is exactly how the board picks, we would pick Mika there 100%. And we can say that. Or we could pick him one down and put him against this row, which would be smart. Potentially, depending on the pick. Yeah, like, look at that Dino Nuggets team, mate, you know. Oda picks Mika. I do think Oda picks Mika, but again, if he decides not to, because Oda has openly said he didn't rate Mika much, and if Oda wants Mika, there's no one that's going to pick Mika first before him. I just don't see it happening. The only exception would be Perp if he wants to piss Oda off. But I see no reason to Perp even be thinking of Oda right now, outside of that. I know that Reese wouldn't take Mika. Framed and Torvesta, I can very easily say taking Mika, but maybe they know Sync is better. Because this is why I don't think it's impossible. I think Frame knows more about Sync than any of us do, and might rank him very highly. But I do also agree that I would see this happening a lot of the time. And then I think maybe that does occur. And then if this happens again, we have what we call the gamble team, which is Sync No Monkey. We do not know how good this will be. Or we can build a solid team, which is Rakesy, Eliop. Or we lock in Rakesy v the victim. You'll see how many drafts I've made where I keep rebuilding the same team for us. Because I just don't see anything changing. Because again, like, let's say Rakesy gets picked here and Pip gets picked there. We just pick Miku, you know? So although you get like a big answer of how many people you can pick if you do have that 12-13 spot on the first pick, but it can also depend heavily on if somebody picks someone else. We just swap them. It's easy. It's actually kind of nice having the first pick based on the fact that you don't choose your fifth player. So you can go through so many different combinations that no team can really prevent you having, because again, if they prevent you having it, you just swap the players around. Do you feel bad for the PVMers if the Oda team comes through? I mean, though, again, though, it doesn't matter. Like, I don't want to rebuild the team, but again, like, this could easily occur, you know, where's Alpha? You know, that could easily occur. And I think it's solid. The only weakness is, again, No Monkey's probably going to be crumbled in all the multi, which is going to piss Oda off, actually, which means there's going to be drama there. And I'm going to tell you now, Doobies is the glue of that team. You know, like, it genuinely, right here, if Oda doesn't pick Doobies and he has somebody else like Greg, that team, if it falls apart, bro, is going to be beef. Like, that is beef, you know? That's beef, bro. Rakesy's undefeated in All-Stars. I think the reason Rakesy's undefeated in All-Stars is because everybody picks their first 4 picks. And for some reason, Rakesy's 5th row every time, and he brings a lot to the table. So the team that gets him, compared to the other 5th picks, automatically get a step up. Yeah. Oda won't get Greg. Yeah, I don't think Oda gets Greg, though, but I'm just making that team as a thing. That would never happen because I know for a fact Reese would just never pick Doobies over Greg. I understand why I saw No Monkey, West Ham, and Eliop at Amir's Arena. Okay. I could see this. Ooh. See, I think it's the... I don't think Dino wants to pick No Monkey, like, under any circumstances. No Monkey, I think, would be great in the final there, though. Wait, why have... We've got Mika again, though. Sorry, remove Mika from it. Bring him back out. I could see, yeah, if they're at the arena, I could genuinely see something like this. But if this actually genuinely happens, I like our team more. You know, if we did decide to lock in Be the Victim, or even if we go back to the Sick Nerd pick, because we do like Sick Nerd. You know, I do like our team here quite a lot against that team. Perp really want No Monkey, guaranteed to pick by Mr. Hollins. If Perp wants No Monkey, it would have to probably... I mean, there is a world where I can definitely see No Monkey coming down here. Again, let's just build this team out. Frame Torvesta. Let's say they go Sync here, definitely. And then let's say, again, Be the Victim comes in. Yeah, I could 100% see that happen. That could definitely happen. Yeah. Rakesy's RNG. Oh, this is the winning team, bro, by default, mate. You know, if you have Rakesy on the team, you automatically win. The question here, though, again, is if people don't rate other people highly, you know? Because I think I've said many times that I personally don't rate Mika that actually highly in most picks. But it defends as well. Like, if this is the team, if all the captains for some reason... Because Oda picked him. And Oda no longer rates Mika highly, you know? But then I'm also there, like, if any of the other captains don't rate him, he just comes to us. And I do think, I don't know, actually, me and Dino have never actually considered picking Mika because we just don't think he'll be on the board. And I think if Mika was on the board coming to us, we would pick him. Because again, let's say we locked in Mika and even Sick Nerd, you know, the team just looks solid, you know. But that's just based on if captains don't really rate him that high. But I don't see him getting past Framed in Torvesta. Unless, again, they don't rate him that high. Because there is definitely an argument. Even myself, I've said before this draft, I would pick him if he's 12. But I have said before that I'd love to play with him. But I've never thought he was picked in the right place most of the time. Only got to remember, Oda made Mika throw in Seshes so he'd lower his draft stock last season. Right, last All-Stars, draft is irrelevant, I'm sorry to say. Torvesta trolled the draft, I'm sorry. There was a burger team in there, or I will say Purpose first pick material on that last draft. But Torvesta on the double pick, Mika should never have been there, basically. Think I'm being mean? How am I being mean? I don't give a shit. You know? Yeah, Mika's shit, guys. Don't pick him. Like I said, if Mika's available, we're picking him. I would pick him here 100%, unless Dino doesn't rate him either. But there's no way Mika goes beyond even our 13th. Like, no way. So if if you think I'm genuinely flaming Mika here, I'm not, bro. We would pick him straight away. Chill him, bro. Feel free to donate him to us, you know? I'll have him. We'll take him, man. And then imagine we pick him, bro, and then he's actually genuinely dead weight or something, bro. But yeah, I don't see Mika really getting beyond some teams. It just depends how much people rate him, you know. Is there a rule where someone can refuse to be on a team? I'm going to tell you now, chat. Basically, there's a rule where you're not allowed to message a captain if you don't want to be on that team. And some people still did it, bro. You think Rakesy's a bit... I mean, if you think Rakesy slept on, watch this. You know, I think Sick Nerd is slept on, so let's say he goes there. Look at our team now. Imagine. Bro, that team is bopping. But yeah, I'll be very surprised if Mika comes round to us. But I also wouldn't be too surprised if some captains don't rate him too high. Second pick, Sick Nerd? Yeah, okay. It's just a random person I'm throwing in there. Dying. Oh, I had a safe spot. These mocks are getting hella troll. I mean, you're only saying it's hella troll because I stuck Sick Nerd in as a placeholder, you know? If you open the draft, remove the Sick Nerd pick. Do you think the draft is troll up to the Mutz pick? Oh, it is actually. Yeah, shit, it's Doobies. Let me get Doobies back out there. Yeah, sorry, it is actually pretty troll now. Where's Nasty? Oh, Greg no goes there. Oh, no, because Greg goes there, and then Doobies comes here, and it's just the same thing. But then that's why I think, I don't really know. It depends if Framed and Torvesta decide to, whatever, man. No, Sick Nerd, bro. Sick Nerd, you might be on our team, bro. You might be a Dino Nugget. And I feel like you've been on the Burger team twice, though. So, me and Dino are curious how good Sick Nerd truly is on a non-Burger team. And I legit think Sick Nerd in this position here is solid. Really good. Something like that, I think, is genuinely solid. Assuming Mika goes here and, I don't know, friggin' Pip goes there or some shit. You played him before? Yeah, I know, but you were on the Burger team. Like, we were the Burger team. Imagine now there's not a Burger team you're on, bro. And it's a team of just solid. You know? Something like that, bro. I've made so many mock drafts. It's so fun to do in chat. Genuinely addictive. I said to Solo, I don't want drafts. I want people to be captain, and then they pick immediately. If you are on the Burger team, the only Burger team I can ever imagine you being on, Sick Nerd, would if Frame legit locks in skill specs first, and then just slips sinking and sinks just dead weight, and then somehow they pick you here. I don't know where you've gone, but yeah, that's what I imagine. But again, there's a chance that we pick you first. You are on our radar, Mr. Sick Nerd, man. We don't think you get picked before you come back to our 12-13, and I genuinely think Sick Nerd in this position here is good. I think it's very good. Tell Sick Nerd. Chat, you need to bring... Sick Nerd, sorry, you need to bring us Smash from the airport. Why not West Ham? Oh, yeah. I don't want loads, I'll eat them all. Rixie Sick Nerd at the 10, that's definitely a decision. I don't think it's bad. Like, again, you guys are Sick Nerd's inactive from the game. We know he'll shake on stage, but we're kind of ignoring the shaking on the stage at the end of the day. We're going for just Deadman player. And Sick Nerd, you know, even last Deadman, he ran around farming the lower bracket, bro. The pyramid. You know, like, imagine again, no, let's say Mika goes there, you know. Oh, wait, where's Torvesta meant to be here? Wait, why is Torvesta still on this board? I don't even know what I was about to actually do, so... But no, I would say, guys, like, at the end of the day, I will not sleep on the general for being inactive from the game. Wait, did I just DC in game? I will not sleep on the general. I think the general on 13 is a solid pick. Solid pick. With the only exception being the final, where I think he's going to tremble like a leaf, so... And honestly, Sick Nerd, I would love to play with you in an All-Stars. Like, 100% love to play with you in an All-Stars when we know that the team isn't the burger team and we actually go hard on it. Like, me and Sick Nerd doing content and feeding Dino some gear, like, the Nuggets would actually be, it would be scary, bro, you know? But yeah, Sick Nerd is definitely on our radar to pick. And then imagine Sickner doesn't shake on the stage chat and just pops off, bro. You know, he clears that 4th row without question. Okay, maybe not without question, because again, I don't know how. Like, if no monkey be good in the final, I think as well. And then V the Victim's probably gonna be cracked, and then Sync's probably gonna be. Oh no, Sync's a level above. Dino got KO'd by foe. Hey, has anyone got the clip, man? I need to watch it, bro. My favorite foe clip ever, mate. And I've legit watched foe for over 10 years. It's such a good clip. Oh my god. It's so good. The whole VOD is hilarious if Dino doesn't pick you first tomorrow. It doesn't matter. I genuinely don't give a shit. If Dino doesn't pick me tomorrow, the only thing that I consider everything that I did is you just swap whoever he picks first with West Ham picking me first. And that's better for me. Like I say, if Dino doesn't pick me first, it's a good thing for me. You know, you don't have to flame me or anything. Be like, yo, bro. You know, very good. What is this lag? 10,000 ping. Would Westy take you over Lake? I mean, if Dino locks in Greg, and I would go back and say that Greg is, in my opinion, still the first pick, even for someone like Dino. Probably especially like Dino, actually. Because Dino can actually bring some PVM to the table. Okay, I don't know what the hell's going on right now, but we are in some heavy level of lag. Right, chat, ladies and gentlemen, can I present the best faux clip of all time, bro? He's fighting Dino. Captain of the Deadman All-Stars roster. First pick. Look at Dino with his movement, thinking he's Oda Block, bro. No. So, you know how I said earlier, guys, that Solo asked people to not message a captain to pick him? Basically, that person was me. I'm sorry, guys. I genuinely sent a message over to Dan. I was like, bro, don't pick me, man. Don't pick me, man. Don't pick me. Yeah, genuinely my favorite faux clip of all time, right? Unfortunately, that can't happen in the final, because there isn't really ever a world where foe will be fighting Dino in the final. Considering the way the fights work is the last picks all fight each other and then move up towards the captains. What if Dino picks Greg instead? Again, it doesn't matter. You know, Greg, in my opinion, is the best pick on the board, especially because you know you can build a PVM roster, you know. Like, if Dino did go Greg here, let's say he locks in Sicknerd as well and needs, like, another PVM, sorry, you know, you go, let's just say Coxie might be good here, you know. And that team alone, I think that's a solid team. But the thing is, I am now on West Ham's team, bro. You know, I'm playing with Pip again, bro. And then, I don't know if we need Elliot, but let's say we need a shot caller, you know? You know, I've got the big ham, mate, and I got to feed West Ham telly blocks, mate. Dino said he's picking me first, yes, so I don't mind just saying he will, but if he doesn't, again, like I said, it doesn't change shit in my opinion. I get picked by West Ham. What do you think a theoretically super team would stack up? What, you mean like a team of 5 that's what, like Port Kazard, 10-13, Kirby, Aticon, and someone else? I think they just steamroll everyone, though. I think there's ways you can look at every team, though, and it's just basically who wins in their row, assuming their fights are all dead even. And then you have to look at the whole team going down. How well are they going to do in multi? How well will they do in the missions? How well can they prep their PVM? Is it going to take them 25 minutes to complete a 5-minute quest? There's a lot of shit, you know. Oda's 100% going to do Mika. I agree, yeah, I think that's it. That's why with this, this board started off as a world where Mika comes to us. And I do think if Oda decides not to go Mika, because he doesn't rate Mika that high, which is things Oda has said, and he doesn't need to pretend not to pick Mika, because no one's going to pick Mika in the first 5. There is a world Mika comes down to us. West Hat, 10-13 in Mystics would beat me in max 99 out of 100 times. Try 100 out of 100, man. Oda needs a good planner, though. Once again, there's a 99% chance foe is easily chosen here. You know, this is a team we built that could actually occur, you know. I think Doobie's Mika is almost going to be a lock, but if not, I don't think Perp picks Mika here. Reese, I don't think rates Mika at all, especially after playing on the Warriors. As for Framed, I could easily see Mika being picked here. If not, because he knows something about Sync that we don't. And then it also depends if West Ham then wants to lock Mika in, because he knows if they don't pick him, we're picking him. Yeah. Oh, Mr. Specs, bro. Specs, I'm going to say it. If you are available, we are 100% picking you. Oda team with Foe pick a smart. I used to think that Foe was definitely going to last. Sorry, Foe was going to be the last pick. But this team, I think, is a big reality. And I think this team right now is very solid. You know, if Oda actually locks that team in tomorrow, no one's going to say there's a weakness really there. It's pretty good. If you're available, I reckon you get picked too. I'll be honest, chat, I still can't see... You know, Specs, what's your thoughts on this, Mr. Specs? Would you say, Specs... Would you say, Specs, that this is a burger team? I reckon there's a 99% chance if you're available, this could be great. Apparently, Specs and Sicknid on the same team just automatically makes a burger team. But I just don't see it. I think Specs in the finale will not shake on stage and can polish anyone off in this third row. And then I think Sicknid is actually well placed to go quite well with anyone here. Because I think this will have a lot of dark horses down here. You know, let's say No Monkey does go there, and I think Be the Victim's practicing. I think RuneScape will go here and probably get bopped. Sync again, Dark Horse. And then let's say West Ham goes Coxie or something. I think Sicknid genuinely plays well there. And I think Specs has a good chance to genuinely smoke anyone here because he ain't going to shake, bro. We're going to see the claw live, guys. You'd love that team? Because the thing is, like, I think from a viewer's perspective, if you had to say who's the burger team, everyone's eyes automatically move to skill specs. If you see Sicknid as well, you automatically say, yes, that's the burger team. But I just don't think this team is that weak. I think strong in multi, you know. PVM maybe a touch below other combinations, but, you know, covered. I think this team would be, once again, like a Boaty Brawlers V2 in a way, you know. But I just don't see the specs really coming around to us, you know. I think it'd be a good vibe team with good potential to win. Any team Boaty's on's the burger team? Well, that's the burger team then, isn't it, you know? The thing is, though, bro, at the end of the day, this was the burger team. If you just remove Dino and move everyone at 1, it's the burger team. But I would consider Dino far better than Donator. Sorry to say Donator. And then obviously we locked in JCW as the wild card. We don't get a pick on our last pick now, but whoever we get will be better, realistically. Although JCW is cracked now, you know. He's actually very good at the game. Like, JCW, I think, would legit not be a bottom row, maybe. Or maybe not, actually, you know. Yeah, maybe not. He'd still be a bottom row, so. How wildcard is 61M? If 61M comes to us, we pick him instantly. I really don't think we get this, by the way. I'm almost indefinitely sure the Specs is going to end up on Frame's team or Perp's team and will not pass us. You know, especially if it's like... If Nesty gets locked in... Where's Torvesta go? If Torvesta gets locked in here, I really think they would pick Specs here. And if not, I just think Specs either goes first or second with Perp. That might go Doobies first or something. Depending if Oda picks Specs, though, as well, you know. Oda also understands, I think, that the Specs is just not going to, like, die and is good in multi-knowledge. But yeah, there's a lot of things I can say, and some of those I'm going to say it. If Mutz comes to us, we're picking him. If Mika comes to us, we're picking him. If Specs comes to us, we're picking him, bro. You know, if 61M comes to us, we're picking him. I just don't think most of them will. There is a will, though. We'll see, bro. Honestly, chat, let's hope, though. Let's hope. Who would be perfect to finalize this team? I feel like it would actually be Curtis. I feel like that right there. The vibes would be good, and I do think that team is good on paper. I think you don't really want to run in and mess with that in multi. The PVM would be good. Dino can... The thing with the PVM as well is Dino can also do some PVM. Yeah. Would I prefer Mammal or Curtis? I feel like Curtis would maybe vibe a touch more with that team. Mainly because it's a very UK-based team as well, you know. So Curtis there, like, this team is almost all UK, you know. Sitting had obviously been in Denmark now. But if Mammal came in, everything has to be boom, bro. Personally, I think Mammal's probably better than Curtis overall for something like this. Dino might arguably the best PVM in the captains. Out of the captains in a PVM environment, it's only Oda and Dino that I think have decent experience to a lot of stuff. And yes, Dino possibly could be better than Oda at PVM, but it would be very close. The thing is, though, I feel like if Oda's doing PVM beyond day 2, same with Dino, your team has failed. Song is good. As long as Reese loses, I don't care who wins. Hey, man. Specs, type an amen in the chat, bro. Specs was happy to hear that, mate. You made his day, bro. Dino died to foe. Dino got slobbered up by foe. Didn't even eat a food. Lost on tracker as well. Embarrassing. Lost on tracker as well, bro. Oh, man. The reason I yap about it so much is genuinely when Reese got KO'd by Doobies in Season 2, and I just read a comment in my chat that was like, Reese won on tracker, though. I was just laughing so hard. Oh, it was such a good... I don't know who typed that comment, mate. It's a VIP comment of all time. When you're ready, PM and give some gifts. I'll be with you, time. Let me finish this event, Mr. Ian. Oh, Ian, what do you think of this team, bro? The Dino Nuggets. Me, Dino, Specs, Sick Nerd, Curtis, bro. Fly the general out to the UK and have a dinner. Yeah, I'm kind of getting my hopes up for that team right now, and I know it's never going to happen. It's just maybe have an adrenaline dump. It's maybe have an adrenaline dump. It's a possible team. It's a possible team, but I'm not going to get my hopes up. I don't see skill specs getting past framed / pip. I really don't. But like I said, if that team was available, I think we would lock it in straight away, you know. Boaty, could you make the draft if it's based on good looking? I've already done that, mate. Oda and Framed, in my opinion, are the best PVMers of the council lineup. Framed! Dino is better than Framed, I can tell you that, from me understanding both of those players very well. Oda versus Dino is one I really don't know about. I would probably say Oda, I think, is the better PVMer out of the two, though. That's why, like, captain-wise, for Oda, I think, is the best PVMer out of the 6 captains, and also the best PKer out of the 6 captains. Whereas in the last All-Stars, I think I was the best PVMer out of the captains. Who else was there, actually? Yeah, I was the best PVMer out of the 6 captains last time, and then Oda once again was the best PK. And then I picked Port Kazard, bro, and we had the stack team off the start. I would say, though, again, like, someone like the Big O doing PVM, fine in the first few days, but if you don't have your captain or the best PKer on your team running around trying to kill people when everybody is online at the same time in singles and shit, I feel like the teams have failed a bit. You know, this is why I can constantly see people like West Ham and Oda at Barrows on day 2 just sat there with insane gear. And you have the tank cape swap teleblock at Barrows. Horrible. Is Pippa this demo mode? Yeah, like, okay, so in this situation, if West Ham locks in Lake first and it came round here, I could genuinely say to West Ham right now, if Specs and Signid were on the roster, West Ham, pick whoever you want here, because we wouldn't pick Pip at this point. I think we would just choose this team and go for it. Pip has high stock, though. We do think he is going to go roughly there. And then we have some combinations where Pip would be a great choice. But if Specs and Signid were both on the roster, I think we would lock this team in without doubt, because I think it's very good. It might not be 100% the best pick, but I don't think it's that far behind. But overall, I think it's a solid team. But yeah, Lake could literally have free reign and pick anyone he damn pleases here. We'd guarantee him to get that. Yeah, Pip should be second round, picked up planning alone. Yeah, but it depends where, you know, like, would you say it's trolling? Because again, you have to always ask, if Oda locks in Pip second round here alongside someone else, like, let's say he locks in... Okay, if he gets Greg, he could actually lock in Pip here, and it'd be very scary. The only world where Pip gets picked here by Oda's second, though, would if Greg gets locked in first, which I doubt. But if he's picked early in this round, you're kind of giving something away. I feel like, realistically, West Ham or we get Pip. But yeah, the Pip is, I think I said this at the last All-Stars, he's a very, very underrated pick. Frame needs a planet. It's true, actually. If Frame does pick Torvester, they will need someone to plan. I don't think this team has any level of, like, big brain. But I think they also know for a fact they could lock in foe here. Like, this could occur. You know, something like that could occur. But I also think the sync... You know, I really have a big feeling that Frame knows how good sync is. That's one thing I will say. If Frame does lock sync in here, I think sync is probably very good. But is he very good based on beating Framed? Because if so, it doesn't worry me. You know, if I'm seeing sync going toe-to-toe with, like, Lake or something, that's when I'm a little more worried about an early pick on him. Yeah. Because, yeah, like, if I open up that team with... Oh, they lose the shot caller, though, more, yeah. Community thinks Frame staying Torvesta. I mean, again, with every single draft out there, I'll say it. If Frame does not pick Torvesta, Lake, myself, or Greg here, the draft is borderline trolled. You can argue some others, but it pushes people down, you know? Like, if he goes doobies, it doesn't really matter too much, but it's just pushing down people to places where they really should not be, you know? What if it's Mika? I think it's troll, you know? I think it'd be something like that, maybe, or maybe 61M here. I mean, again, though, we get specs and signet. Oh, I'm happy with this, bro. You know what? Friggin' troll it away. I think, the only world this happens is someone trolls and we just get, like, friggin' specs, bro. It could happen, man, you know? Please, give us the specs. Give us the specs. Right, chat, I'm going to make some food. I'm back in a moment. Who do you think's the best shot caller in All-Stars? I think I've only really had experience of Pip shot calling, depending if we count spec shot calling. I'm a huge fan of perp shot calling in the factions, but I think the shot callers go to either Eliop, Mika. I don't really know. I can only tell you off of experience that I've had. Perp was awesome, like awesome in factions, really, really good. Pip was fantastic in Season 2. And then in Season 1, obviously the specs. I wasn't there for the all units, annoyingly. But, yeah. If Dino's good, then I'm very happy if he picks me. Because that's the only... You'll remember, before I got picked, I said, the only thing I want is to be on a team with a shot caller for multi. After that, my unbiased captain pick order is the best captain to the worst captain, skill-wise, of 1v1 PvP. So if Dino picks me, I'd put him around 3rd, 4th, skill-wise of the captains, behind Oda, Block, and Wesham, tied with Reese. And if he brings really good shot calling, that just ticks boxes straight away, makes me happy. Right, Mr. Food. I will be coming back, by the way, to click on the restore, so... Oh, I do need to end the stream soon, actually, guys. I'm going to a games night with my family or my brothers. Brothers and all the partners, mate. It's going to be like 10 of us there, mate. Beep, beep. Log out in that scenario. Like I said, if Greg goes to Oda and Oda gets Greg and Mika, me and Dino are going to gamble and literally pick No Monkey and Sync, unless Skill Specs and Sitting Oda there, then we'd probably go with that team. Play like a burger vibe team. And my chin chompers, bro. Oh, all right, chat. You know, guys, I think the draft has just lost a, I think I'm at the bottom of the list now. I'm just going to wear this black mask. It was good. Right, chat, let me go cook my mince. Back in 1 month. Okay, brothers. Good stream, by the way. Thanks, bro. Oh, first time here. Came for added All-Stars content, but if the Boris pressure tunes are the regular, I'm staying long-term. If that's someone's first message, guys, they're long gone. I'm gonna be honest, chat. I'm kind of sad right now. I don't think the specs comes this far, bro. I don't think the specs comes that far, man. Right. Tech guest, thanks, Prime. How you priming, bro? Prime. Anyways, guys, the draft is in 28 minutes. Got any monitors for sale? Bro, the saddest thing is, man, Samsung offered me a free, Samsung Odyssey show offered me a free monitor, but they didn't have my specs, so I declined it. And I'm there like, mate, why don't I just take a free monitor? Moron, bro. Boaty, you should feed Dino. Not feed Dino, but yourself, gear, and swing it against others. You are S-tier. Look, bro, at the end of the day, mate, if I fought the dinosaur on the Deadman All-Stars floor, I'd be white. Go fuck it out. Next All-Stars, sorry, next Thingaloomy, Samsung thing, if it ever happens, I'm going to ask for the television, bro. They have some big-ass TV they're giving away. No. Arsenal, PSG. PSG is shit. Didn't Arsenal just win like the league or something? How come they're playing again so soon? What? Sorry. Well, ah! Who you want to take the most for second row pick? Who do you want to take the most? You mean like who do I fight the most, or who do we want to take for this row? This is third row, by the way, not second. Who do we want to take the most? Skill specs, Mika 61M maybe. Yeah, I'm actually sad I made this team. Yeah. I feel like the specs would get picked up by West Ham here, though, you know. Have I been? Shit. But 5 gifted, and I've been in better. Yeah. Have I been in any group with Skidler before? In All Stars, no. I played the Burgers in season 1, which is me, Spec, Sick Nerd, Donator, and JCB. And then the second time was the Brawlers, which was me, Port, Doobies, EVscape, and Pip. Don't troll pick Sick Nerd and pick 4, please. Everyone predicted it. I don't think Sick Nerd's a troll pick in this position, I'll be honest. Shaking on the finale, yes, I think troll pick, but outside of that, he's solid. He beats most of this room. Maybe. I don't know. How's this live team, bro? Imagine I put No Monkey and Sick Nerd on the same team, bro. Imagine the beef, bro. You beat Stu with a RuneScape Bronze Sebo once? Yeah, so? I beat Odablock once by kicking him to death, bro. You know? Technically kicking's less odds than you had, mate. You know, luckily his internet disconnected, but, you know, yeah. Hey, at the end of the day, chap, I beat Odablock in Deadman All-Stars 2, bro. And it's a fact on paper. The only thing that people can do is try and make excuses for Oda. He was DDoS, had to play on a different setup, mate. You know, at the end of the day, bro, I beat him on tracker. Dissected him in front of everyone, man. Embarrassing. Whoa! I need my gear back. I want 7 minutes. Bro, imagine, like, out of all of this said and done, Odablock is shaking on stage, bro. Imagine. And you just see his cursor doing this the whole time, bro. Mate, he'd literally be losing his entire PvP aura that he owns. All gone in one cursor shake. Legit. Imagine, bro. Everyone's terrified to fight him because he's scary to fight. But imagine just a tiny little bit tremble of Oda, mate. Boom. Everything's gone. Imagine framed KOs Oda 5 seconds into the fight. No. Man, imagine the big foe gets it. Lots of pressure on Oda to perform. It's actually true, you know. Technically, Odablock has the most pressure to perform on the stage because everyone's expecting him to be the best. You know, he's young, though, at the end of the day. I'm pretty sure Oda's like 25 or something, so I feel like at that age, you don't give a shit and the nerves won't be that high. It's when you get like my age, you know, once you turn into Unk status, that's when nerves become a thing. You know, if Oda was 21, bro, you're so young, you don't give a shit. That's why 1013 is the best pick, mate. He's like 14 years old still, so. So I'll be mid-30s. I'm 31, bro. I'm not 40. I made it. Watch the blood pressure. Thank you. Oh, mate. Someone died, bro. Nice. Let's loot the grave. Wait, where are my chins? No, I did all of this expecting my chins to be on the ground so I could throw them. And they're actually gone. So now I've got to leave after all that shitty time invested, bro. I might have to end this room. Blood pressure, blood pressure, blood pressure. Don't worry, guys. I'm just trying to sabotage my draft so Dino doesn't pick me, bro. I can't think of anything worse than being on Dino's team, bro. Like, Jesus Christ, man. Hopefully you saw all this and he's not picking me anymore, you know. Pretty sure late never died chinning ever, you know. 0T is 31, bro looks 42. I don't look 42, mate. If I want to look younger, I just trim my whole beard off. If I shave my beard, I literally look 18. I look younger. Right, Spam Pure's giving me some stuff. Hurry up, Ian. My name's Ian. I'm gonna take 10 years. No, what? Have the items on me right now. Ian has the package of the care chat. What the hell is he doing there, bro? Ian just said, if you can find me, you can get them. Ian, that is the most embarrassing thing you've ever asked me, bro. I'll show you guys later what I mean by them. Okay, imagine you're playing Gilligesser chat, and you look at it, and you know where they are within literally a second. And every player would know. Okay, this is the image Ian just sent me, and he says, if you can find me, you can have the items. Where is he, chat? Anyone know? I'm struggling a bit. I need to phone a friend, bro. Can someone help me, please? I'm really struggling, chat, you know. Ian! I'm embarrassed that he even dared say that, mate, you know. I'm embarrassed. Almost there. Reese was racing me, but has a stitch back there. Trude. I'm gonna say TY Cham's gonna tell you out, mate, without saying shit, bro. Not even a TY, bro. Peace. Thanks, mate. No bolts? No, my chins. Ah, shit, he doesn't have any. I'll ask the disco. Chat, the Big O is picking Skidler. The Big O is picking Skidler. Skidler just leads it. Where are the chins? Ooh, I'll come give you mine. Look at this guy, bro. All right, mate. Pick it, pick. Hit Alt 1. Alt 1? Come on, bro. Hippington. Loser. I didn't say anything, chat. If a tree falls in the middle of the forest and no one's around to hear it, did it make a sound? He wasn't looking. It is tier 5, bro. Boom. What should I buy? What should I treat myself to? Roll. Where's the Venge Trinket? Oh, that's in the finale thing, mate. Cabbage Halo. Yeah, treated myself, man. Okay, I'm gonna throw more to the. Was regearing because Unk died to monkeys. 2 people in a row said the word Unk, so we'll go with a. I'll give a 1-day ban to the second guy, I think. The first guy's fine, you know. 2 Unks in a row, mate. Can't be allowed 2 Unks, you know. Yeah. Man. I'm so sad the word Unk is popular, bro, and the word Gramps isn't, bro. Gramps is like, oh, so much better, man. You can never make that just kick off, man. There's too many syllables and shit. What happened to the draft if Framed goes first pick anyone else, not Torvesta or Gregor Newbies? As long as Reese picks Torvesta / Greg and Pert picks the other one, we're fine. It depends on if he locks in some. I mean, it depends, you know. Well, here was a draft example, actually. You know, this is the exact situation. It's the exact situation, basically. Is he goes Mika first, Torvesta and Greg get chosen, Doobies and Mutz is on this team. Skidlet goes to the big perm. Although I'm pretty sure the Meister's going here. And then, yeah, we might get this spec sick nerd stream. Doubt. I'm getting my hopes up for that team, man. It makes me sad, bro. I'd have the best week of my life. Mate. We're going, ooh. It's like the burgers reincarnated, but just better. No deadweight donator. Ooh. Can't see Frame taking me. Yeah, it's just if Frame picks some random pick. Well, yeah, Frame should pick Torvesta or Greg, or I'm guessing will pick them, but if he does not, every other pick is a bit of a troll. We'll see, though. At the end of the day, Framed can pick whoever he wants. The only thing I'd feel bad for is if he does pick, like, some... I mean, it depends if he has, like, a pre-designed team, you know? But someone might end up on it. Because if Frame knows he's picking like Specs first, Sync second, C Engineer third, who's the fifth, bro? They might not want to be on that team. Knowing that if they get passed up, bro, they go straight to West Ham's team. Westy not picking Specs? I don't know, man. Do you really think? I feel like Lake definitely probably doesn't really rate the Specs, but would love to play with him. It's really hard to say. But you really think that Lake, West Ham would not even consider skill Specs him? I feel like they definitely would. They'd get on well, and that team alone just does look pretty good for like anything in Malta. And then we're at like a Rakesy sick nerd angle or something. Perp taking Spec second. I agree. I do very much see this. Again, that would just be how it works. Just switches around a bit. Although that does mean, yeah, if they do want to lock in Pip, if they do go for Pip, then there we get 61M. We would lock 61M in immediately. We then have a decision if we go Rakesy here. We probably wouldn't then look into Rakesy. It's pretty hard to say because we would have no PVM on the board. Oh no, because I could PVM. To be fair, yeah, this would actually be really good. Because I can PVM, and then we're going to get a PVMer down here, most guaranteed. So yeah, that could actually occur, this team. Where Oda in draft? He's the last pick, bro, because he's shit. Lakers dropped out with... Oh, bro, I'm going to say it, chat. Even after yesterday's performance, I think It's Will would be the last pick in All-Stars. I'm sorry, bro. And by performance, mate, I was casting a lot of what Will was doing. And I know he knows how to play the game, and I will be 100% honest. And I also kind of do know that he might be a little bit washed from not playing. I genuinely think to some extent Will was pretending. I do genuinely think he was pretending, bro. Leaking DMs? What DMs did I leak, bro? Oh, on Discord. Jesse, Pure Spam, Dino, Port Stewie, TT. Oh, yeah. See, Dino's in the DMs, guys. Dino never calls me, though. He's always in a freaking call with some random-ass ego, bro. It's annoying as shit. He's like, yeah, I'm busy, bro. You will see Mr. Beeman? Yeah, I thought he was pretending, but as an unbiased professional commentator, I have to not say things like that, you know. I did say I think some of his decisions were a bit terrible. More than once, actually, but I'll be honest, it was kind of hard to commentate his thing. I'm not going to lie. Every decision he's making, I couldn't justify it, you know, and explain what he was doing, bro. One of these years, we'll get you and Big O on the team. Hey, man, if the Big O had the first pick, mate, if the Big O had the first pick, then maybe he would have picked the old boat. Can I build up a hypothetical best case scenario? Realistic if I missed the block to get a terrifying a good team. So, you know, let's just remove dubious. Let's go for something weird like this. That team there that I put in for Oda, I think is very possible. Oh, sorry, yeah, Foe. But Foe might get picked earlier. But yeah, that could be a team. That Oda team there, I think, is very, very good. And I think it's very realistic as well. Very realistic. The only thing we have to hope is the Skidler, No Monkey, and Foe all shake on the stage. Mika as well. And they all five hopefully shake on the stage. That's what we've got to hope for. As for multi, they've got Mika on the calls, which would be good. No Monkey and Foe could both fall over and die in breaches, though. They've never been to any. Foe never went to a breach in All-Stars 1. So, yeah, they could actually fall over in the breaches, so the team could be a little bit weaker there. So I feel like maybe if they did lock in No Monkey here, they really might need to actually not go towards Foe, but hard to say. Is Foe basically a team who pit pick this year? I'm gonna say there's yes to that. I think Pip is the best strategist in the roster. Outside of Foe strategizing next, I'd like to think I come up with quite a lot of good ideas as well, but Pip is definitely better than me. I could see Foe whipping out some good, interesting shit, though. He's also probably putting in the time as well. Most of my time's going to be spent off-stream. Swapping Doobie for Skidler's more scary. I don't know. Oh yeah, the best team that the Big O could realistically get though is this. This could happen, you know. Only if Perp doesn't choose Greg. That is the best team, and then obviously keep the last two the same. This is a little more scary, a bit worse in PVM, but I don't think that's too much of a priority. But yeah, I think if Greg ends up on Oda's team, I think we kind of lose the finale unless they get like squashed. Why are people overrating Greg? We're not overrating Greg, mate. Type of guy to think Greg is not the best PKer in the roster. Type of guy to pick No Monkey because he's good at an NH stake. Type of guy to not even be in All-Stars. It's true. Right, what stats am I right now? 88 defense, 91 range. How much XP do I get for that? Might just change range for a bit now. Reese changing his name to Mr. Mammal was a 1,000 move in the 1 PvP event. Nah, I don't know. Bro, never say Reese did a 1,000 IQ play ever again, please. Like, please. Please. Kind of painful to read there, bro, giving Reese Rhino that kind of level of things, but it's fine. Oda over Lake, over Boatman, over Gnome. I'm not going to talk about it, man. Yeah. Greg is going to be L vibes if he goes to a team that isn't Oda. I think Greg's going to end up on Perp's team. Or Reese's team. But yeah, the only thing is, if Greg does end up on Oda's team, I think it is almost GG. Champion select is just lost for everybody. But I think that Perp knows that. That's the thing. I could easily see Oda and Perp's DMs, like, right now, saying, like, if you pick Greg, I'm picking Skidler or something. To be fair, no. I don't think there's anyone on that board that could ever even bluff or bully Perp into doing anything. If Oda messaged Perp saying, don't pick Greg or I'm picking Skidler, Perp would lock in Greg even faster. Even faster, bro. Yeah. Why wouldn't Reese take Greg? Reese and Torvesta are good friends in real life, so I think there's a slight friendship thing there. I think Greg is better than Torvesta, but it wouldn't be too much of a difference. Oda's trying to be in his head. Yeah, you can't get in Perp's head. Perp does what he wants, bro. If I message Perp was like, yo, please don't pick friggin' Curtis and Mammal, bro, he'd lock it in instantly. Wait, Torvesta's going live on Kick in 60 seconds? Hey, man, I'm ending my stream literally very soon, actually. Hold on, I got a message. Rice is a shaker. Hey, at the end of the day, bro, Rice is dead weight, you know? He's propaganded that he's one of the best in the game, you know? He's just not. Perp beats him. Sorry, Dino beats him 5 times out of 5, man. 5 times out of 6, though, you know? Doesn't that mean you can mind game him? No, the only thing here is Greg. You know, if West Ham doesn't pick Greg and Torvest is chose by Reese and Framed is just a troll pick, then Perp has the power to choose Greg or pass on Greg, guaranteeing Greg to Oda. So if Oda sends a message to Perp saying, yo, if you pick Greg, I'm picking Skidler, assuming Perp really wants to play with Skidler. But I don't think that Perp would ever bow down, mate. There's no chance, bro. If you sent that to Perp, he would lock in Greg. Obviously, any other name doesn't matter. So if he says, if you log in Doobies, I'm picking Skidler, he's going to pick Greg. So. Oda was trying to get first pick Skilly. Possible, but not with Greg on the board. Can't wait till Reese dies to Oda in the wilderness. Somehow finds a way to blame Mika for not getting him a suffering. Oh my god. I'm telling you, bro. On a level of vibes, we all know being a Reese Rhino is going to be so bad, man. Reese is going to be sweating in the competition, bro. He's going to be skipping his Diet Coke, bro. And if anyone messes up, mate, he's going to flame them. I'm sorry, bro. If you're a Reese Rhino, guys, I feel bad for you. I'm sorry, John. You don't want to be a Reese Rhino, Seth. Do you think Oda and Torvest is possible? It's the same odds as Greg, really, but I personally think Reese picks Torvesta over Greg. So, no, I think there's less chance. There's like a 60% chance that Greg's going to end up on Oda's team. And I think there's like a 5% chance Torvesta ends up on Oda's team. Watch Boaty fall to Reese. Hey, man, if I'm a Rhino, bro, don't worry, mate. I'll put Reese in his place, man, you know. He thinks he's the captain, mate. I'm the captain now if Reese picks me. Greg's an SJPK, bro. Don't make me pull the tracker up, mate, you know. I love how I had a session with Port Kazard, bro, and like every tracker is him curb stomping me except for one where I actually curb stomped him, bro. Like, legit, I'm scrolling down, mate. 23 hits here, 15 free hits there, 85% prayers. Then there's just one tracker anomaly where I'm actually winning. Yeah, my Greg trackers I'm pretty happy with, in all honesty, when I fight Greg. I keep up quite well. He wins more, though, but... What the hell, bro? Me and Greg had a fight that lasted 130 hits? Holy shit, bro. He let me win, basically, bro. I feel like previous first All-Stars, like, I wouldn't mind. I don't know how bad of a rule it is, though, to say, like, because if the roster changes, if you're a captain, you can't ever be in the same pick position as before. So an example would be, if Dino in Season 4 is picked out the hat first, he immediately goes back in and they pick another name until they get one. But the problem then is if the roster changes to having one disgustingly good pick that is by far, without any questionable doubt, the first pick. If you've had first pick in the previous, you have no say, and you just have a disadvantage. Torvester's going live on Kick, bro. My question is, does he have the face cam or not, bro? Come on, Nesty. Where is he? Wait, Alfie's playing League of Legends before All-Stars? He's dead, wait, bro. Right, I'm following the nest, bro. I'm gonna laugh if he goes live. Most aggressive here is Westy as he's leading this time, and then Skilly is next. It's actually kind of crazy, bro, that like someone like Sick Nerd or Alfie's probably going to perform well as well without even practicing. It's kind of sad knowing that some of us are like practicing so much and then we might even still just get squished. Who is gonna staff the dead spec on change? Not me, bro, because I'm not going to Zami, man, you know. Torvesta is a lot better these days, and he should be like 1v1 taking into account to win Johnny. Yeah, but I think Torvesta in the roster is just not as good as Greg. I think Greg's better, and they're both going to bring probably similar. I mean, Torvesta brings more PVM than Greg, maybe. But that's why, again, like in most of the drafts, I put down the first picks. If you're not going to troll the picks, this is probably what it's going to look like. Like a combination of this, you know. I mean, even if Greg goes there, let's just say, you know, I still think Torvesta goes there, and I think Reese would pick Laker. As long as that's the first 4 picks, we're kind of chilling. And then I think Perp's going to pick Skidler rather than the Specs. And then the big O here, what does he go for? Doobies and Mika, maybe? But if this happens, this isn't troll, you know? This is kind of fine, you know? Westy never chooses Greg, so if he doesn't choose Greg, it goes around this way. That's what I think happens. And then I think Pert would probably lock in the Specs here, I think. Reese and Greg would probably be nabbing Mutts. Framed and Torvesta here is pretty damn hard to say who they'd go for. I feel like they'd probably be lashing in on a... I'm just going to put... No, they won't. Are they at 61M? And then here, I feel like it's Pit, but let's just say it's like... So it's V the victim because they know how cracked he is, bro. This is what I don't want to see, bro. I don't want to see someone like West Ham pick someone like V the victim. Because then I know that they've been crash coursing together and V the victim's going to be cracked. You know? But again, like, would you pick him here because you think you'd get him next time? No, because V's in our radar as well. He is one of the picks we're considering. I think he's a very good pick. And then we get Sick Nerd and V the victim, laddie. No way, bro. Who do you reckon in the roster wants to be on the bigger team the least, mate? Maybe me and Dino just make a bigger team, bro. Like the worst team ever, and pick someone that wants to sweat. You know, and then we laugh at them, bro. You know, let's say the... No Monkey, bro. No, I don't even know. Let's say Alfie really wants to win, bro. And we just build some bigger team and pick him, bro. Sitting there, Goggle pick. I'm going to be honest. I know the general, bro. And he is an underrated pick. He's underrated, man. However, you know, he kind of has to be here. Because I think, honestly, if we build some random-ass roster... Wait. Let's say it's something like that, you know. Like, I think in the finale stage, you know, if Sickner does play well, I think he can dust a lot of this, you know. It's hard to say, though, we'll see. Because he already beats No Monkey at the moment, you know. No Monkey's whatever. Sync, I reckon, is going to be a demon, bro. I'm telling you, mate. Sync's 10-13 reincarnate. I think we just pick Sync, you know. I think we just pick Sync. Yeah. Oh, yeah, to be fair, it would probably be something more like... that. Question is, though, if we sack off the general, is that a better team? Be the victim of the big coxy, bro. Maybe that's good, mate. Sync, tell me how good you are, bro. We'll lash you in on the team, bro. This will be the team, mate. It'll be me, you, Coxy, Sync, mate. And we'll dust everyone, bro. It'll be sick. Just need to see some gameplay, mate. And don't link me 1013's YouTube again, bro. You know, he linked me 1013's YouTube before, bro, and his name was edited over the guy in the bottom left, bro. Sync's here to win. Just lost the game of Valorant, which means you shit to the game, bro. Don't ever type in my chat ever again, Sync. Type of guy to get blood over in Deadman All-Stars, bro. I just said don't type! Least arrogant streamer? I'm not. Preparing for the tourney with some roller coaster tycoon classic. Come on, Roddy, send me a coaster you built recently. Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, Perp will be not getting into America, so we do know that the big Roddy will be taking his spot, man. Will Roydy be in Deadman All-Stars? 4 is the question. And assuming Denise doesn't get invited there, will all 4 farmers be on a team? I meant to get visas to go to America? No, you'll need an Esther, though, most likely. If you haven't got the Esther done, you won't need a visa. A visa, I think, is like to actually work there, but for just traveling in the short term, the Esther's all you need. Already sorted. Whoa, Sicknerd's got the Estesoid. Okay, Sink, sorry mate, you've been dropped, bro. We're taking the general. You see a world where Perp gets Skilly and Sicknerd? I think he would go Doobies here over Sicknerd if I had to just be honest. So no, I don't see it happening. Sicknerd would have to come all the way back down the draft here and then be battled up with EVscape. Could this ever happen? Let's just say we lock Sink in because we realize he's cracked. Elliot goes there. Yeah, I mean, it is possible for Perp to get a team there of absolute concept, man. Right, where's this Torvesta stream, bro? Go live, you moron! I'm ending in a minute. I was going to send him a raid, bro, and juice his KPP, mate. But nope, looks like he's just dead weight, man. Yeah, baited by Torvesta. Look, Torvesta's dead weight, man. Yeah. Right, anyways, fellas, I need to end my stream as I am going to a games night tonight with my brothers. I think it's me, Jesse, 1, 2, 3 of my brothers. 1, 2, 3. Yep, there's going to be 8 of us. All playing some board games. Monopoly and whatnot. Normally, my brothers and me, like, around the time of Christmas, we normally all play board games. That's how we spend our Christmas. But we had a meal recently with my parents for a reason. Oh, they went to a funeral. That was it. So, yeah, we're going to have one where we don't have to go to or wait till Christmas. So, yeah, we're not playing Monopoly, guys, you know. We're not playing Monopoly. It's so good. Right, pausing that, ladies and gentlemen. I will see all of you tomorrow. I'll be live before the draft. I will probably be on this account again. Or maybe in the arena, actually. I could send some more NH fights. I'm pretty happy with my NH at the moment. As for all my real stratting and all that shit, for like the actual ideas of what I'm doing, it will be on accounts that I don't show on stream because, again, we don't really have an early game strat yet. We're working out. Remember to flip the board if you start losing. True. Can you genuinely finish your All-Stars list? Can I get a reaction? No, I've made so many different combinations. I don't even know what the hell I've built here. It would probably be... something like that, I guess, would be this one, you know? Again, I don't think this is like a real board kind of thing, but it's just something that could happen, you know? Like, again, not impossible that these teams will occur, but could be fine. Right, fellas, I'll see you all tomorrow. Once again, all my streams are going to kind of be shit leading up to All-Stars, because, again, I have to do a lot of time off-stream in order to do planning with the team, especially when I get locked in tomorrow. And on stream, again, I'm not playing on the hardcore, so I'm either going to be in the PvP arena or just genuinely pissing around on this server. So realistically, streams will be short because a lot of what I need to do will be spent off stream. But just remember, when All-Stars does happen, I'll be live for roughly 120 hours over like a 7-day period. But that also being said, I will be in Chicago from the 16th of June to like the 23rd. Then I'm in Spain for an event on the 26th. And I might be getting my streaming room renovated, so there'll be no streams for 2 weeks after Deadman All-Stars finishes. But when I return, I'll be in a brand new streaming room. So hopefully I remember that on my last day, so it should be good. Anyways, I'll see you all later. I was going to raid the nest, so sorry, bro. Not today, mate. I'll see you all later, guys. Have a good one, goodbye. And, of course, more mock drafts tomorrow. So, yeah.